All right, everybody on the inside. Come on in, get a good seat. Let's go, everybody on the inside. Here we go. Okay, got a good black bow to start with. With the bull, 183, 84, 834, 84, 94, 5, 85, 85, 85, 84, 5, 84, 95, 96, 7, number 87, number 8, number 8, number 9, 89, 90, 90, 190, 190, 190, 190, 189, Lone Star 1, Lone Star number 1. Here we go. What's it? 188, 9, 88, $9, 9, 91, 2, 3, 4, 94, 95, 95, 94, 95, 195, 194, Lone Star 1. Seven and a half, 125, $126, 125 on the money, $6, $6, 25, 26, 25, 26, 26, 125, Marty, number 99. It happened at 130 now one. It one that one that one that one. 130 now money one. 31, 31, 31, 31, 31. 130 Marty 98. Marty 98. Watch him, Gilbert. It happened at 177, $8, 77, 78, 9, 80, 81, 81, 2, 81, now 2, now 2, now 3, 83, 183, 183, 182, Lone Star 1. It happened at 170 now one. It one that one that one. Money 170 now one. 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 73, 4, 5, 76, 76, 176, 175, 6, 175 Lone Star 1. $126, 126, 7, not a bit of 7, not a 26, now 7. 127 on the money, 7, 8, $8, $9, $9, now 30, 1, 31, 31, 31, 130 now, 1, 1, 1, 1, 130, Marty 25. 110, 111, 110, 11, not 11, not 11, not 10, 11, 110, 11, 11, not a bit of money, 11, a minute 12, with a bit of 112, 13, with a bit of 114, 114, 15, with a bit of 16, with a bit of 17, with a bit of 18, with 18, 18, 117, 18, 18, 117, Javier number 1, Javier 11, Javier 11. It happened now, 106, 7, 106, not a tab, not a tab, 106, 107, 7, not a bit, 7, not a tab, not a tab, money, 7, 8, 108, 9, dollar 10, about 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 110, 110, 110, 109, Javier, 28. Well, they're pretty good, yeah, pretty good. Let's have it at 120. Now on. It 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 31, 2, 1, 2, 33, 3, 4, 34, now 4, now 4, now 4, now 5, 6, $136, 7, not a bit of 7, 8, $8, 9, 39, $9, 138, shout number 2, shout number 2. Seven, 133, now 4, money, 4, 33, now 4, now 5, $36, 7, $38, $9, 41, 2, 1, 141, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, now 3, now 3, 142, 43, 43, 142, Marty, 25. Okay, they will be open. So two more, they will be open. 155, 157, 155, now 79, 61, 35, 79, 71, 173, 3, 5, 77, 9, 9, 81, 183, 85, 85, 87, 87, 87, 9, 89, 91, 93, 95, 95, 97, 99, 199, 201, 201, 203, 5, 7, 7, 7, 207, 207, 205, show number 22. Should be open. So two more, or more. 133, now 4, 133, money 4, now 4, now 4, now 5, now 6, now 7, 8, 38, 37, 38, 9, $9, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 146, 6, 7, 7, not 7, not 8, 148, 9, 8, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 58, 9, 9, 50, 150, 150, 150, 150, 150, 149, Brian Hoffman 5, Brian Hoffman 5. Seven, 110, 110, 11, not 11, not about 12, 13, 14, about 13, 14, 15, 16, about 17, 18, about 18, 19, 119, 20, 20, 20, 20, 120, 119, Javier 28. Sell the cow with the tag. Cow with the tag, $125, $26, $126, $9, 30, now 1, 32, 32, 31, 2, 3, 4, 34, now 4, now 5, and a 7, a second, a 7, 38, 38, 39, $9.99, 38, 9, 9, 138, shout number 2, shout number 2, 120, now 1, money, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 126, 7, $8, $9, 28, 9, 128, Lone Star. Okay, Cal with the tag. Seven hang, $125, $26. 25, money, six, six, seven, 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 eight, eight, nine, 30, 31, 31, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 36, 7, 8, 39, $40, 140, shout number two, 155, 7, 155, 7, 9, 161, 63, 5, 7, 9, 71, 73, 75, 177, 9, 81, 81, 181, 181, 81, 81, 81, 179, shout number 8. It's 122 now 3, 122 now 3, money 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 127, $8, $28, $8, $7, $8, $8, 28, 28, 29, 28, $9, $9, 30, 30, 30, 30, 130, 129, shout number 2. Okay, what's your left eye? $5, $6, $5, $6, $5 down six, $5, $6, $5, $6, $6, five, not six, money six, $5, $6, $6, $6, $6, $5 Javier, number 11. By the pound. Okay, owner said they will be open. It's happening. 133 now 4. 133 now 4. 33 now 4. Money 4 5. 35. 4 now 5. 35. 36. 35. Now 6. Now 6. Now 7. Now 7. Now 7. 8. 38. 38. 38. 38. $39. $9. Now 40. 140. 140. 141. 141. 140. Marty 25. Marty 25. It's happening. 138 9, $38 money 9 9 9 $9 38 9 40 1 41 41 140 Lone Star. It's $795, $96, 95, $96, 95, 96, 7, 8, 9, $1, $1, 2, $2, 3, 4, $5, $5, 6, $7, 7, 8, $108, $8, 7, 8, $8, $8, 107, Javier 28. It's $798, I won. Able to win that one, that one, that one, 90 now won. $90 now won. Able to win that one. Able to win that one, that one, that one, that one, 90 now won. 91, 91, 91. Able to win that one. 81. 80 money, 1, 2, 82. 83, 4, 5, 6, 7, 88, 89, 88, 89, 89, 88, fry 2. Weather bow. It's $7, 167, $8, 67, money guy, $9, now 70, now 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 74, 5, $76, 6, 175, Lone Star 1. 70, got a little slower there, $70, now 1, $70, now 1, even 1, now 1, even 1, 70, now 1, $70, now 1, 51, 51, money 1. $51, $1, even $1, $50 Marty number 2, Marty 2. Tell big one, big one, big one. 160 now 1, even 1, money 1. 160, sell the big one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 65, 6 out of it, 7 out of it, 8, 9, 9. 168 Lone Star 1, Lone Star 1. 250 now 2, 250 now $2, 250 on 246, 6 out of it, 6 out of 6. 254, 68, 258, 258, 260, 2, $18 now 4, 9, 4, 9, 4, 9, 6. 66, 8, 8, 70, 272, 274, 6, 78, 78, 276, Nolan 27, Nolan 27. Weigh the cow, weigh the cow. When it's half and a half, $85, $6, 85, $6, 85, 6, money, 6, 7, 8, 88, 87, 88, 88, 88 now, 8 now, 8 now, 7, half, 8, 88 and half, 88 and half, 88 and half, 9, 89, 9, 90, 90, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 95, 6, 96, 7, 98, 98, 9, 99, $1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 104, Javier 11, Javier 11, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, money 5, 335, money down 5, 330, 40, 5, 50, 5, 355, 65, 365, 360, H 38, H 38. All right, by the head. $15 by the head, now 20. 15, now 20. $15 now 20. 15 by the head, now 20. $15. That's $15 now 20. 15, 20. 15, 20. 15, 20. $20 a head.
Did it walk at all? I ought to take it and nurse it. I didn't see it. I don't know. Jody says no. William Fincher.
It's happening. 122 now 3. 122 now 3. 333, but a 2 to be 3. 122 now 3, but a 2 to be 3 now 3 now 3. 122 3. 10 11 110 111. 110 money 11 11 11 11 11 12. 112 112 13. 113 14 15 15 16 16 116 17 17 17 17 17 17 116 Javier 28. Sell the Charlotte book here. 7 here. $4 now 5. $4 now 5. Charlotte there. $4 own money now 5. $4 now 5. 10 and a minute 10 now 15. 20. 5. 30. 435. 435. 40. 40. 40. 440. 435. Troy number 4. Troy 4. 7 7 3 40 now 5. 3 and 40 now money 5. 340 now 5. 50. 5. 60. 360. 355. 360. 5. 70. 5. 80. 85, 90, 90, 5, $4, 5, 10, 15, 415, 410, lady number 93, lady 93, 7, 230, now 5, 235, 45, 255, 255, 60, 265, 265, 70, 5, 85, 290, 90, 5, 95, $3, 5. Have one more there with the orange if you want it, 305, 305, 305, 10, 3 and 10, 10, 10, 10, but 10, 15, with the 3, 15, 20, 320, with the 20, 20, 20, with the 20, 320, 315, lady number 21, 3-headed lady 21. Got a bull calf, 70, 260, now 5. 260 on the money, now 5, 70, 5, 275, 80, 80, 85, 290, 95, 95, 95, $3, 5. 305, 305, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 315, 20, 5, 30, 5, 40, 345, 340, and that'll be lady number 94, lady 94, lady 94. Two more, pick two you like. 2 or more. We got 270, now 5. 270, now 5. Money 5, 80, 55, but 90, 55, but 95, $3, now 5. 305, 10, 10, 10, 15, 20, 55, but 330, 55, 35, 40, 40, 55, but 350, 50, 50, 50, 50, on 2 of them, 55, 55, 60, 55, 365, 55, 70, 375, 375, 55, 80, 85, 85, 85, 385, 380, Russell number 3, Russell 3, 70, 230, now 5, 230, now 5, 235, 40, 235, 40, 235, now 40, now 40, now 5, 50, 55, 260, 265, 70, 275, 80, 55, 90, 55, 95, $3, 5, $3, 5, 10, 310, 15, 20, 5, 30, 35, 40, 50, 355, 355, 60, 55, 365, 360, Russell 3, Russell 3. Okay, sell the black over there. Sell the black. 230, now 2.5. 230, 2.5, 7.5. 40, 2.5. 47.5, 52, 52, 2.5. 55, 7.5. $60, 2.5. 67.5, 70, 2.5. 55, 77, 80. 280, 80, 280, 280, 280. 277.5. Shoat 100. 7 here. $2, now 2.5. $2 now 2, 202, 202, 202, 201, 201, 201, another one, and money 1, 201, 201, 201, 202, 202, 4, 204, 6, 206, 8, 28, 210, 210, 12, 12, 210, lady number 95, lady 95, lady 95, 17, 140 now 2, $140, $2, $140 now 1, 140, money 1, 141, 2, 2, 2, now 2, now 2, now 3, now 3, 42, 3, 4, 4, 5, 146, $146, $5, $6, $6, 6, 145, 145, Marty 17, Marty 17. Got a steer, 70, 220, now 2.5, 220, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 220, 2.5, 225, 2.5, 9.5, 9.5, 7.5, 7.5, 30, 2.5, 5, 35, 37.5, 240, 240, 240, 237.5, Nolan 29, Nolan 29. Sell a big one, 250, now 2.5, 250, now 2.5, 250, money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 250, 25, 55, 7.5, 60, 2.5, 65, 7.5, 70, 70, 270, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 270, lady 95, lady 95. $3 now 5, 370 now 5, 370 on the money 585 and 90 but 5 but $4 but 5 but 10 but 10 15 420 but 5 but 30 but 5 but 40 but 440 440 435 Troy 4. Tell Hereford. Tell Hereford there, $2 now 5, $2 now 5, money 5, $2 now 5, 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, 205, 10, 10, 10, 15, 215, 215, 215, 215, 215, 20, 220, now 5, but a bit of 30, 230, now 5, but a bit of 35, 35, 40, but a bit of 40, 240, now 5, but a bit of 5, 240, Nolan, number 29, Nolan 29, 270, now 2.5, 2.5, 5, but a 275, 270, 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 7.5, 80, but a 2.5, but a bit of 5, but 87.5, 90, but a 2.5, but a 95, 95, 95, 290, 2.5, Nolan, number 27, Nolan 27. 270, now 2.5, 270 on the money, 2.5, but a 7.5, 80, but a 2.5, but a 87.5, 90, 290, 90, 2.5, 5, 97.5, 97.5, 297.5, $3, $3, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 7.8, 7.8, 10, 310, 310, 310, 310, 307.5, Troy, number 26. $7.5, $80 one, $88, but $1, $1, $1, $80 now one, $80 now one, $80 one, $80 money one, $80 fried two. It's happening, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, but $3 money 5, but $10, but $10, 10, 15, but 20, but 20, 2.5, but 5, but 25, 27.5, 327.5, 27.5, 30, but 330, 330, 330, 330, 327.5, capped on number 35. 7.5, 360 now 5, 360 now 5, and the money, big one 570, with a bit of 370. Sell the big one, 370. 370, 365, 75, 80, but about 80, but 5, 85, 90, but 5, but about $4, but about 5, but about 10, but about 10, 15, but 20, 425, 30, but about 5, but about 40, but about 5, but about 50, but about 455, 60, 5, 475, but about 80, but about 5, but about 90, but about 490, 490, 485, Troy 4, Troy 4, right here, 330, now 5, but 335, 40, now 5, 55, but 60, but 5, 75, but 8, but 375, 370, 80, but about 385, but 90, but about 5, but $4, but about 5, but about 10, but 10, 15, 420, now 5, but about 30, but about 430, 430, 435, 435, 45, but about 50, but 5, but about 60, but about 460, 455, and that'll be Lady 91. Okay, two more. 7.5, 340, now 5. 340, all money, now 5. 5, pick T like 345. 345, 345, 5. 340, Troy, number 45. Troy, 45. 145.50, 150 on the money, now 50, 145, $150. 155, 155, 165, 75, 85, 95, 195, $2. $2.05, 205, 10, 210, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, 235, 240, 240, 240, 240, 240, 235, Brian Hoffman. 7, 125, $126, 125, 6, 7, 8, 9, 31, 2, 31, 2, 3, 4, 5, 35, $36, $7, 7, $8, $8, $9, 9, 40, 1, 2, 43, 43, 33, 3, 4, 4, 5, 145, 45, 6, 7, 7. One count got corner rib, bro. 146, 7, 146, shoot 2. 350, now 5, money, 5, 350, now 5. Money's down, 55, 355, 65, 75, 80, 85, 90, $4. Now 5, 405, 10. $410, $10, $10, 10, 14, 15, 15, 20, 5, 30, 40, 440, 435, H30. $250 now 2.5, $250 now money 2.5, $250 now 2.5, $250, 2.5, 55, 55, 7.5, $260, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 7, 70, 2.5, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 85, 87, 90, 2.5, 95, 97, 7.5, $3, $3, $297.5, Troy 26, Troy 26. Sell 2 big ones there, 2 big ones. $3 now 5, $3 now 5, but $3 now 5. Money 5, but $3 now 5, 5, 10, 10, but $10, 10, 15. 315, 15, 310, capital number 34. 7.5, $3.70 now 5, $3.70 now 5, $3.70 now money 5, but 80, but 85, but 90, but 95, but about $4.5, 10, 15, 20, but 420, 415. That'll be H4, H number 4.
No, not just now, but a long time ago. They were stealing. Okay.
It's happening. 290 now 205, 95, 95, 95, 7.5. $3 now 2.5 now 5, but 305, 7.5, 10, 10, 12.5, 15, 17.5, 20, 320, 20, 20, 20, 20, 317.5, D&D 53. $7.5, $3.30 now 2.5, $3.30 now 2.5, money 2.5, 37.5, but 40, but 2.5, but 5, 47.5, 50, but 352.5, 55, but 7.5, $60, 2.5, 365, 70, but 370, 370, 370, 367.5, Gully number 1, Gully 1. It's happening, 150 now 2.5, 150 now 2.5, 150 money 2.5, 5, 55, 7.5, 160, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 165, 7.5, 7.5, 7.70, 170, but $1.70, $1.70, 167.5, Marty 45. It's happening, $3 now 5, $3 now money, now 5, 10, 15, 20, 55, 30, 55, 335, 35, 40, 340, now 5, and then 50, 55, 65, 370, 70, 375, 80, 85, 90, 95, $4, 45, 10, 15, 20, 55, 425, 420, lady number 93, 4, isn't it? Lady 94, lady 94, 280, now 5, 280, now 5, money 5, but 280, now 5, 280, now 5, but 85, 85, 285, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280, capital 31, 280, cap 31. 7.5, 305, 37.5, 305, 37.5, 10, $10, 10, 12.5, 15, 17.5, 20, but 2.5, 27.5, 30, but 330, 330, 330, 330, 327.5, D&D 24. 20, now 2.5, 20, now on the money, now 2, $20, now 1, $20, now 1, 2, 22, 22, 22, 24, 24, $26, 26, 28, 28, 30, 32, 32, 34, 36, 38, 38, 42, 44, 50, 52, 54, 54, 54, 54, 54, 52, fry 2, 52, fry 2. Okay, over there by the head. 175, $200, 200 on money, $200, 200 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 275, $300, 300 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, by the head, 300 and a quarter, 300 and a quarter, 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 300 and a quarter, $300, Javier, by the head, Javier, straight Javier. Okay, solid one over there. Many more as you want. $3, 10, 15, 3, 10, 15, money, 15. 3, 10, 15, 15, 15, 50, 50, 50, 50, 3, 15, 3, 15, 3, 15, 3, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 3, 25, 25, 30, 3, 30, 30, 30, 30, 35, 330, capital number 30, 45. He wants them all. Got 42, Andy. That's happening here. 270, now 5. 270, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 270, 2.5. On the money, 2.5, 5, 75, 75, 75, 7.5. 277, 7.5, 275, capital number 31. It's happening 280, now 2.5, 5, 2 to 5, 85, 2 and a 5, 85, 85, 2 to 5, 2 to 5, 2 to 5, 2 to 5, 85, 85, 85, 85, out we go, 85. 280, 2.5, Nolan 26, Nolan 26. Two little ones, two little ones, two little ones there. 330, now 5. 330, now 5. Two little ones there. 330, now 5. Money 5. 40. 340, now 5. Now 50, now 5. Now 65. And 70. 370. 375. 75, 75, 75, 75. 80, 80, 38, 38, 38, 380. 375. Lady number 93. Seven here, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, money 5, but 10, but 15, but 20, but 5, but 330, 335, 40, but 340, 340, 340, 335, Troy number 1. Every kind of happening, but it's happening. 260 now 2.5. 260 now 2.5. Money 2.5, but 2.5, 2.5. 65, 7.5, but 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5. 267.5. 70, but 270, 2.5, but 5, but 75, 7.5. 277.5. 275. Capital 94. It's happening, 150 now 2.5, 150 now 2.5, 151, 151, 51, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 55, 55, 155, 5555, 154, Lone Star. It's happening at 340, now 5. 340, now 5. Money, 5. 45, 45, 45, 45. 345, 55, 45, 45. 340, Gully, 1. 7 and a half, big one, sell, love, big one there, 330, now 5. One big one, 330, now 5. Money 45, 45, 45, 45, 50, 355, 355, 65, 70, 55, 80, 55, 90, 55, 4, 5, 10, 10, 15, 4, 15, 410, that'll be H, number 4H4, 350, now 5, 350, now 5, money 5, 355, 355, 55, 55, 355, 355, 355, 350, Troy 21. Hey, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, but a bit of money, 5, but a bit of 335, 40, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 50, but a bit of 355, 355, 65, but a bit of 70, but a 5, but a bit of 70, 80, 385, 85, 90, but a 90, but a 90, 390, but a bit 90, 385, Russell 3, Russell 3. 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 305, 37 and a half, 305, 307 and a half, 305, 37 and a half, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 315, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 20, 2 and a half, 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 320, capital 30, 35, cap 35. 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, $3.20, now 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, but a 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 2 and a half, y'all see my steer going on, 302 and a half, one steer, 302 and a half, 280, 2 and a half, 5, 285, 285, 285, 285, 7 and a half, 287 and a half, 90, 290, 2 and a half, but a bit of 5, but a 95, 95, 97 and a half, the 97 and a half, $3, $3, $297 and a half, Lady 95, Lady 95. 7 right here, 7 and a half, $3, now 5. On the money, now 5, 10, 15, with a bit of 20, with a bit of 5, with a 330, with a bit of 35, with a bit of 335, 40, 340, now 5, with a bit of 550, with a 355, with a 355, 350, capital number 45. Two more, pick two you like. 350, now 5. 350, now 5. Money, 5. 355, that's 2 or more. 355, 355, 355, 355, 60, 360, 5, 70, 5, 75, 80, 80, 5, 85, 90, 90, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, $4, $4, 5, 10, 10, 15, 415, 20, 55, 425, 420, Troy, 2. Do it. $3.95, $3.95, $3.95, 555, 3 money, 10, 5, $3.95. $3.05, 10, 3, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 15, 20, 325, 325, 325, 30, 330, now 30, 330, 330, 330, 330, 325, Lady 94, Lady 94. So one big one, 260, now 2 and a half, 260, one big one, 2 and a half, 260, you do it, 2 and a half, money, 2 and a half, 260, 2 and a half, 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 260, capital 31, cap 31, 305, 37 and a half, 305, 37 and a half, 305, 37 and a half, money, 7 and a half, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 70 and a half, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 320, 25, 7 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, 32, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 330, Troy, number 55, Troy 55. Sale, two big ones, 7 or 260, now 2 and a half, 260 on the money, 25, 7 and a half, 70, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 80, 2 and a half, 80, 2 and a half, 2, 2 and a half, 5, 85, 7 and a half, 90, 90, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 95, 97 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 25, 37 and a half, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 307 and a half, capital number 90. 7 and a half, 305, 37 and a half, 305, 7 and a half, money, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 7 and a half, 20, 2 and a half, 3, 22, 5, 27 and a half, 30, 3, 32 and a half, 5, 35, 37 and a half, 40, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 50, 3, 52 and a half, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 60, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 70, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 80, 2 and a half, 82 and a half, 380, and that'll be Troy, number 21, Troy 21, Troy 21. 7 here, they're pretty good right here. 290, now 2 and a half, 5. 97 and a half, $3, 3, 2 and a half, 5, 307 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 70 and a half, 20, 320, 320, 320, 320, 317 and a half, D and D 26. 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 330, on money 5, 53, 30, 5, 40, 5, 350, now 5, number 355, 55, 55, 55, 55, 355, 350, Troy, 3.
Now these don't have white ear tags. It says black tags with white ear tags. They don't have.
It's 280, now 2 and a half, 280, but you paid 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 280, 2 and a half, 280, but you paid 2 and a half. On the money, 2 and a half, 280, 2 and a half, 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 but you paid 280, 2 and a half, 280, capital 31. That's 7 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 13, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, money, 12 and a half, 15, 370 and a half, 20, 320, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 320, 320, 320, 317 and a half, Troy, 5-5.
Women don't usually buy steers.
Sell a heifer, black heifer, 7 290, now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 320, 20, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 30, 3, 327 and a half, D and D 24.
That's the right tag.
$270, now 2 and a half, 5, 275, 2 and a half, now 5, 75, 75, 272 and a half, Nolan 26.
Wayne Deuce.
Okay, two little one, 305, 37 and a half. On money, 7 and a half, 2 little ones, 305, 37 and a half, 3, 7 and a half, 3, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 2 and a half, 3, 22 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 320, D and D number 5, 3. 7 and a half, 280, now 2 and a half, 8, 2 and a half, 5, 85, 7 and a half, 90, 2 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, $3, $3, $3, 297 and a half, Nolan 26. 7 and a half, big one with the tag, 270, now 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 82 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 92 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 5, 305, 305, 302 and a half, capital number 94, 7 and a half, $3, now 20, now 5, 320, 2 and a half, money 5, 7 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, 335, 37 and a half, 42 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 50, 350, 350, 347 and a half, Troy 3. Sell big one, 380, now 5, 380, now 5, but the money 590, but the 5, but the $4, 4, but the 5, but the 4, 5, 405, 405, 405, $4, Troy 4, 7 and a half, 440, now 440, now 5, 440, now 5, but the 5, money 5, but the 445, 445, 5, 440, H number 30, just 3, H3. That 2 millies. Over there, 7.5, 240, 2.5, 240, now 2.5, 240, now 2.5, 240, now 2.5, 240, 220, 2.5, 7.5, 30, 2.5, 37.5, 40, 2.5, 245, 45, 47.5, 52, 52.5, 57.5, 260, 2.5, 7, 70, 270, 270, 270, 267.5. Shoat number 8, shoat number 8. 180, now 2, 180, but $2, 180 on money, 2, 282, 182, 182, 182, 182, 180. Shoat number 8, shoat number 8. 7.5, 280, now 2, 282, 482, now 484, 84, 86, 88, 92, now 4, now 6, 98, now $3, 2, 302, 304, 304, 306, 38, but a 10, but a $10, 12, 312, 312, 312, 312, 310, Troy number 2, Troy 7, Troy 7. Motors from down at Ozona. $295, now 7.5, $295, now 7.5, $295, money, 7.5, $295, now 7.5, now 7.5, $3, $3, 2.5, but a 2.5, 2, 5, 5, 5, 305, 3, 7.5, 7 and 10, but 10, 10, 10, 12 and 12 and 12 and 12 and 3, 12 and a half. Have more if you want. 3, 12 and 12 and 12 and 310, Simpson 6. 7 here, 270, now 2.5, 270, 2.5, 5, but a 7.5, 80, but a 2.9, but a 85, 85, 7.5, 290, 2.5, but a 95, 95, 95, 295, 95, 290, 2.5, Nolan 26. 7 here, 7.5, but a $3.50 now 5. 350, sell one of them, Jody, your choice. 55, money 5. 355, one or both. 355, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55. 60, 5, 65, 75, 80, 80, 85, 90, 95, $4, 405, 405, 405, $4, Troy, 4, Troy, 4, Troy, 4, $3.30 now 5, but a $3.30 now 5, $3.30 money. Right here, 330, now money, now 5, now 40, now 5, now 55, 355, 60, 70, 5, 80, 80, 380, 375, capital number 45. Brian, what you been up to? Behaving yourself? Yeah. Sell one big one. 7 had 220, now 2.5, 220, now 2.5. Sell the big one, 220, 2.5, 225, 2.5, 5, 25, 25, 25, 25, 220, 2.5, 871. 7.5, 290, now 5, 290, now 5, money 5, but a $3, but a 5, but a 10, but a 10, 10, 15, 15, 20, 25, but 30, 335, but a 35, but a 40, but a 5, but a 50, but a 5, 360, but a 5, 65, but a 65, 365, 5, 5, 5, 5, but a 5, 360, Lady 93. One steer, 7.5, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, money 5, 40, 45, 45, 50, 355, 355, 60, 5, 70, 5, 75, 370, Simpson 35, 7.5, $3 now 5, $3 now money, now 5, now 10, now 15, 20, 325, 320, now 5, 325, 25, 25, 25, 320, capital 90. So you got them pretty good right here. But I'm going to 270 now 2.5, 270 on the money, 2.5, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 7.5, 90, 292, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 292, 7.5, 297, 297, 7.5, 295, capital 94. $7.5, $3 now, 2.5, money, 5, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, 17, 19, 20, but a 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, D&D 26. $7 or $2.70 now, 2.5, 5, 75, 2.70, 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 75, 75, 7.5, 80, 80, 2.5, 85, 85, 85, 25, 25, 27.5, 87, 92, 90, 2.5, 2.9, 2.5, 95, 95, 95, 95, 290, 2.5, Nolan 26. Nolan 26.
This is Randy Holt. Randy Holt. Red ear tag.
13, 12.5, 310, money, 12.5, 15, 315, 17.5, 20, 2.9, 20, 2.5, 325, 7.5, 327, 30, 30, 30, 30, 2.5, 330, 2.9, 25, 35, 37.5, 37.5, 40, 2.9, 45, 7.5, 350, 350, 2.9, 50, 2.9, 50, 2.9, 50, 2.9, 350, Troy, 5. Single jackpot.
There it is. 20, 30. Is it
30, 21, isn't it? Or 27. 27, I believe so.
27? How come the tags are now doing their wrong?
175, 7.5, 107.5, money 7.5, 75, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 82.5, 182.5, 180, 2.5, 82.5, 85, 87, and 90, 5, 95, 195. 195, $2, $5, $5, 10, 210, 15, 215, 15, 15, 15, 210, lady 95, lady 95, lady 95. Got a little steer. 215 now 5, 250 now 5, money 5, 60, 5, 75, 275, 280, 55, 285, 90, 90, 95, $3 now, $3, 5, 3, 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 20, 325, 30, 5, 40, 340, 5, 50, 55, 365, 75, 380, 55, 90, 95, 95, $4, $4, 5, $4, 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 405, Fox, 25. Fox, 25. All right, Elkins Ranch. Boys are weaned back on September the 10th. I had a 7-way shot at marking, vaccinated with Pyramid 5 pre-response and 7-way with somnus at weaning. And then they came back and had a booster. Pyramid and 7-way with somnus. Well, they had 3 rounds of shots. Weaned back on September 10th. Better you got good, you're going to find. You like them here, 345, 350, 345. Now money, 55, 355, 60, 65, 370, 5, 80, 85, 90, 90, 90, 95, 95, 95, 390, 2.5, 90, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 390, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 390, Simpson, 60. Boys weaned back on September the 10th, had 3 rounds of shots. Okay, it's wrong here. They were weaned in August. They were weaned 60 days. Boys had a shot at marking, shots at weaning, shots a booster after that. All the work's been done. 370, now money, now 5. 80, 80, 385, 85, 90, 90, 90, 90, 95, 95, $4, $4, $4, $4, $4, 5, 4, 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 20, 420, 420, 79, 20, 2.5, 422 and a half, 425, 427 and a half, 427 and a half, 30, 430, 430, 30, 430, 430, 430, 427 and a half, Simpson 60. Was that weaned back in August? 320 now 5. 320 money 5. 320 now 5. 325 30. 335. 35 35 40 5. 345 50. 350 now 5. 360 5. 65 2 and a half 5. 365 5 5. 2 and a half 5 7 and a half. 367 and a half. 370 370 370 370 367 and a half. Simpson 65. 7 and a half, 2 big ones, sell 2 big ones. 270, now 2 and a half, now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, money 5, but it's 75, 75. 2 big ones, 275, 275, 275, 7 and a half. 277 and a half, 80, 80, 280, 280, 280, 2 and a half. 82 and a half, 82 and a half, 82 and a half, 82 and a half, 282 and a half. 280, Troy 7. Sell the little one now. Red Steer, 340 now 5. 340 now 5. But Red Steer, 345, 55, 355, 365, 375, 75, 80, 80, 85, 90, 95, 95, 4, 95, 10, 15, 15, 20, 420, 20, 20, 20, 415. Simpson 50. Simpson 50. 7 here, 7 and a half, 350 now 5, 350 now 5, money 5, 355, 355, 5, 355, 55, 60, 5, 70, 5, 380, 5, 85, 85, 385, 85, 85, 380, Troy 45. Same cattle handle the same way. 320 now 5. 320. We hold one, everybody. 320 now 5. Money 5. Hold one, everybody. 30, 330 now 5. 335, 40, 340, 345, 345, 55, 550, 350, 355, 355, 60, 365, 365, 55, 70, 55, 75, 75, 75, 375, 375, 375, 370, Troy 45. 7 or $3, 10, 15, 310, 315, 310, 15, 25, 30, 5, 40, 5, 345, 350, 350, now 50, now 50, now 50, now 50, 345, lady number 94. Thank you. Nice cattle. Okay. Hey. 225, 230, 225, money 30, 230, 225, now 30, now 30, 230, 235, 40, 5, 50, 5, 260, 5, 270, 5, 275, 80, 85, 290, 95, 95, 95, 95, 290, Russell number 3, Russell 3. 210, 12 and a half, 210, 212 and a half, 210, 212 and a half, 12 and a half, money 12 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, 212 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 210. Shout number 8. Okay, T-Star cattle, boys. Okay, like I've been having, had Triangle 5, Vision 7 with spur and anthrax. Boys had all their shots are ready to go. 270, now 2 and a half, 275, 7 and a half, 75, money, 7 and a half, 82 and a half, 82 and a half, 85, 85, 85, 285, 282 and a half, now 5, 285, 285, 285, 285, 82 and a half, now 5, 285, 285, 282 and a half, Troy number 24, Troy 24. What's that shots there? We go. 290, now 2 and a half, 290, now 2 and a half, 290, now 2 and a half, money, 2 and a half, 290, 2 and a half, 290, 2 and a half, 290, 2 and a half, 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 5, 95, 95, 95, 95, 97 and a half, 297 and a half, 295, 96, 295, 96, $6, $6, $6, $6, 295, Troy 24. Watch him a little bit, Andy. Two big ones there. 240, not 2.5, 240, not 2.5, 2.5, 240, two money, 2.5, 4.5, 4.5, 4.5, 2.5, 5, 7, 8, 7, 50, 250, 250, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 250, 871, 871, 230, not 2.5, 230, not 2.5, 230, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 230, 2.5, 230, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 230, 2.5, money, 2.5, 230, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 235, 5, 7, 35, 232 and a half, Gully 11, 232 and a half, Gully 11. Two little ones there, two little ones there. 216, now 2.5, 216, now 2.5, money, 2.5, 260, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 265, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 5, but a 265, 7.5, but a bit of 7, 70, 270, 2.5, but a 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 270, capital 5, $2.40, now 2.5, 240, 2.5, 240, now 2.5, 240, 2.5, 240, not 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, but over there, 220, not 2.5, 220, 2.5, but a bit of money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 220, 2.5, 220, Troy 7, Troy 7. Had a way shot. 7, 7.5, 316, now 5. 316, now 5, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 360, now 5. 360, now 5, but a bit of 5. 365, 45, but a bit of 45. 345, money, 5, but a bit of 5, but a bit of 5. 350, 350, 350, 350, now 5, 355. 350, capital number 35, cap 30, capital 45. 330, now 5. 330, now 5. 330, now 5. 335, 35, 35. Both there. 330, now 2.5. Money, 330. 2.5, money, 2.5. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 330, capital number 35, cap 35. 7 here, 7 here, 340 now, 2.5, 340 now, 2.5, 340 on the money, 25, 47, 53, 50, 25, 355, 7.5, 360, bit of 60, 2.5, 365, 5, bit of 5, 7.5, 367.5, 365, Troy 3. 7 here, 390, now 5, 390, now 5, money 5, $4, now 5, now 10, now 15, 20, 425, 425, 30, bit of 5, bit of 435, bit of 35, 35, 430, Troy 21. Okay. Okay, boys had 8-way, Skyguard Vision 7 with 2020. Two big one, 260, now 2.5, 260, 2.5, 5, 2.5, 5, 265, now 5, 260, 2.5, Nolan 27, 290, now 2.5, 290, money, 2.5, 290, 2.5, right here, 290, 290, D&D 5-3. Two big ones there, two big ones. 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 45, 50, 55, 355, 365, 70, 55, 80, 85, 90, 95, 90, 90, 395, 95, 95, 95, 395, 390, lady number 93, lady 93, 370, now 5, and the money, 5, 375, 75, 75, 375, 75, 75, 75, 370, Troy 21. Hey, 7 and 350 now 5, 350 now 5, but money 5, but 355, 355, 555, but 55, 60, but 5, but 70, but 5, but 80, but 5, 90, but 5, but $4, but 5, but 10, but 10, 15, 415, 15, 15, 15, 50, but 415, 410, Troy 4. All right, boys, I've had a 7-way shot and triangle 5. Casey Bays. Okay, got in here yesterday morning. Boys have had a 7-way shot and triangle 5. 310, 12 and a half. Good ones here. 310, 12 and a half. 310, 12 and a half. 310, 312 and a half. Money, 12 and a half. 15, 315, 315, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 79, 79. 317 and a half. 79, 79, 79. Now 20. 320, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 320, 320, 320, 17 and a half. 20, 320, 320, 320, 320, 320, 317 and a half. Troy 24. Should be 11 more of them. 320, now 2.5. 320, now 2.5. Money, 2.5. 320, 2.5. 325, 325, 7.5. 327.5. 330, 330, 2.5. 2.5, 2.5, 2, 1, 2. 332, 3. 333, 332, 3, 333, 4. 34, 34, 5. 336, 336, 37, 337, 38. 338, 9. 940, 340, 1, 2, 2, 3, 344, now 4, now 5, 6, 7, 347, 347, 346, Reese 7, Reese number 7. 290, now 290, 290, 295, but 95, 95, 290, 295, 95, 95, 95, 97, half, $3, 2.5, 5, 305, 305, 305, 305, 302 and a half, Nolan 26. 7.5, 280, now 2.5, 280, but 2.5. Money's down, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, but there's steers, 285, 85, 285, 285, 87.5, 287.5, 90, 290, 90, 2.5, 95, 95, 97.5, 7.5, $3, $3, 2.5, but 5, but 305, 7.5, but 7.5, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 310. I'm going to Troy 6, Troy 6, 7 here, 270, now 2.5, 5, but it's 7.5, 80, 80, 280, 280, but about 80, 2.5, but 85, 85, 87, 90, 290, 2.5, 290, 25, 95, 95, 95, 295, 97, 297, half, 97, 7, 7, half, 295, Troy 7, Troy 7. $340 now 5. Sell 2 head, 2 head. $340 now 5. $340 now 5. Money 550. $350. $355. $355. $360. $5. $65. $70. $375. $75. $75. $75. $370. Simpson 35. $2 now 5. Okay, turn it over just to not bad. Till 510, 15, 20, 5, 225, 225, 225, 220 now 5. 220 now 5. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, but it's 225, 225, 220. Brian Hoffman.
Should get 7 heifers.
Okay, heifer. Same good cattle. 270 now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 270, 2.5, 270 on the money now 2.5, 270 now 2.5, 75, 75, 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 275, 7.5, 280, 280, 280, 280, 280, 280, 80, 2.5, 80, 25, 85, 87, 87, 287 half, 85, 87, 87, 87, 87, 285, 871. 7 here, $3, now 10, 12 and a half, 310, 312 and a half, money, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 17, 79, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 25, 7 and a half, 330, 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 335, 35, 35, 35, 335, 37 and a half, 337 and a half, 40, 340, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 5, 345, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 47 and a half, 347 and a half, 50, 350, 350, 350, $350, $50, 347 and a half, lady 56, lady 56. 340 now 5, 340 now 5, money 5, 55, 60, 70, 5, 375, 80, 80, 80, 380, 380, 77 half, 80, 380, 2 and a half, 85, 85, 385, 385, 85, 85, 385, 380, 2 and a half, Troy 3. 7 and a half, 305, 37 and a half, 305, 37 and a half, 305, money 7 and 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 7 and a half, 330, 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 335, 35, 7 and a half, 37 and a half, 40, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 350, 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 5, 355, 352 and a half, lady 56, lady 56. 7 here, Tito 70 now, 2 and a half, 2, 70, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 80, 2 and a half, 85, 87, and 90, 2 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, $3, Troy 1, Troy 1. 2 big ones, 220 now 5, 220 now 5, money 5, 30, 5, 45, 50, 255, 265, 275, 275, 80, 285, 285, 90, 90, 290, 90, 290, 290, 290, 285 gullies, number 11, gully 11, gully 11, 330 now 5, 330 now money now 5, 335, 330 now 5, 40, 5, 50, 5, 355, 355. 350, Troy 55, Troy 55. Okay, boys, have been weaned 90 plus days from Millerview, Park Grove. Okay, sell 3 little ones, sell 3 little ones. 340 now 5, 340 now 5, money 5, 340 now 550, 350, 50, 350, 350, 5, 355, 60, 360, 60, 60, 360, 355, Troy 45. Boys been waiting now. They got them dried out for you.
Oh, well, total, so 5 more times.
Okay, Wayne 90 plus days. 310, 12 and a half, 15, 12 and a half, $15. 315, 15, 79, 79, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 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 320, Troy 55. Okay, two big ones, two big ones. You can take them all. 70, 270, now 2 and a half. 270 on the money, 2 and a half, 75, 7 and a half, $80, 2 and a half, 85, 87 and a half, 287 and 90, 290, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 95, 7 and a half, 97 and a half, $3, $3, 2 and a half, 305, 55, 555, 302 and a half, lady number 95. He wants him. It's happening at 280 now 5, 290 now 5, money 5, 280 now 5, 280 now 2 and a half, 80, 2 and a half, 85, 85, 85, 7 and 90, 290, 90, 90, 90, 90, 290, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 90, 2 and a half, now 5, 95, 95, 95, 295, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 290, 2 and a half, capital 34. $270 now, 5. 270 on my 585, 95, but a $3 $3 10, 15, 315, 315, 315, 320, 320, now 5, but about 325, 25, 25, 25, 320, Gully number 22, Gully 22. 7 280, now 2.5, 280, now 2.5, 87 90, 2.5, 95, 97 $3, $3, 2.5, 35, 35, 37 half, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 315, 79, 20, but a 320, 320, 317 and a half, Troy number 1. It's $7.5, $3 now, 2.5, 302 and a half, 5, but a 7.5, but a 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 312 and a half, 312 and a half, 312 and a half, 12 and a half, 12, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 315, 315, 17 and a half, 317 and a half, 20, but a 322 and a half, but a 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 325, 25, 25, 25, 25, 7 and a half, 327 and a half, 320, 30, but a bit of 32 and a half, but a bit of 5, 32 and a half, 335, 37 and a half, but a bit of 40, but a bit of 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 5, but a bit of 7 and a half, but a bit of 347 and a half, 50, 350, 50, 50, bit of 350, 350, 347 and a half, Letty 93. Letty 93. Cruz, ain't it? Cruz. Rodney Cruz. Okay, boys, I've had a pyramid and blackleg. Jerkin, 7 or 290, now 2.5. You shot by 1. 290, 2.5, both of them, not 290, 2.5, 97 and a half, 97 and a half, $3, $2 and a half, but a bit of 302 and a half, 5, 305, 305, 7 and a half, 37 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, but a bit of 12 and a half, 15, 15, 79, but a bit of 20, but a bit of 320, 320, 317 and a half, Simpson number 37, Simpson 37. Say you like them here, 70, 315, 79, 317 and a half, 315, 79, but a bit of 79, money, 17 and a half. 20, 320, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 25, 25, 27 and a half, 30, but a bit of 330, 2.5, but a 5, but 35, 35, 37 and a half, but a 40, but a bit of 340, 2.5, 14 and a half, 2.5, 2.5, 340, Simps, Reese 7, Reese 7. 7.5, 280, now 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, now 2.5, 290, money, 2.5, 280, 5, 85, 87 half, 287 half, 285, 87 half, 287 half, 7 half, 285, Troy 24, Troy 24. Same good cattle was had Pyramid and 7-way. 325, 7.5, 325, money 7.5, 30, 330, 2.5, but a 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 335, but a 35, 37 half, 337 half, 40, but a 340, 2.5, but a 345, but a 5, 7 half, 350, 350, 2.5, 50, 2.5, 5, but a 5, 7 half, 360, 2.5, but a 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 365, 5, but a 5, 362 and a half, 7. Okay, heifers right off of them. Hold the tag. Okay, hold the tag, another big one. We're holding 30, 290, but paid 2.5, 290 on the money, now 2.5, 290, 2.5, 290, 290, 290, 25, 95, 95, 95, 95, 97 half, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, 2.5, but a 5, 305, 305, 37 half, 37 half, 7 and 10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 312 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 315, 315, 312 and a half, Troy 26. $270, 2.5, 270, now 2.5, 270, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, money, 2.5, 270, 2.5, 270, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 295, 75, 7.5, 80, 280, 80, 80, 80, 80, 277.5, Gully 11, Gully 11, Gully 11. 7, 305, 37 and a half, 305, 37 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, but a 79, but a 20, 322 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, but a bit of 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, but a bit of 27 and a half, 30, but a bit of 330, but a bit of 32 and a half, but a bit of 32 and a half, 330, Troy 1. Troy 1. Okay, boys, I've had a bow over shield gold and 1 shot and 7-way with Somnus. 216, now 5. 216, now 5. 260 on the money, now 5. 5, 72, 75. 275, 85, 90, 5, 95, $3, 5. 305, 10, 10, 15, 15, 20, 320, 315, now 20, now 20, now 20, 320, 315, Troy, 45. 7, 290, now 5, 290, money, 5, $3, but a 5, but a 10, but a $10, 15, 20, but a 325, 30, 330, but a 30, 30, 30, 30, 335, 35, 335, but a 5, 330, Troy, number 21. 7, $2, 40, now 2 and a half, 2, 4, 2, 9, money, 2 and a half, 5, 45, 7, 50, but a 2 and a half, but a 5, but a 7 and a half, but a 60. Now 2 and a half, 365, 7 and a half, 367, 265, isn't that right? 65, 7 and a half, 260, you good? You there? 260 for 7 and a half, 70, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 80, 280, 2 and a half, 5, 85, 7 and a half, 90, 290, 290, 287 and a half, D&D number 93, D&D 93, D&D 93. 7 and a half, $2.70, now 2 and a half, 270, 25, 7 and a half, 80, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 90, 2 and a half, 97 and a half, 297 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 295, Nolan 26. Nolan 26, 290, now 2 and a half, 290, now 2 and a half, 95, 95, 7 and a half, $3, $3, 2 and a half, but a 3025, but a 305, 7 and a half, 10, and a 12 and a half, but a 12 and a half, 15, 315, 17 and a half, 317 and a half, 317 and a half, 315, Gully number 11.
Black leg and triangle.
310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, on the money, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 15, but about 15, 15, 17, 20, 320, 2 and a half, 5, but about 25, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, 330, 2 and a half, 5, 35, 37 and a half, but about 337 and a half, 335, Reese 7. All right, Hughes cattle on your pass out. Had Covexon 8 and Triangle 5. Should be 13 had the first deal. Had Covexon 8 and Triangle 5. $3 now 2 and a half, 302 and a half, $3 now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, money 2 and a half, $3 now 2 and a half, 5, 305, 7 and a half, 7 and 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, about 310, 310, 12 and a half, 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 15, 315, 315, but a bit of 15, 17 and a half, 317 and a half, 317 and a half, 320, 20, but a bit of 320, 317 and a half, now 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, but a 320, 320, 320, 320, out to go, 317 and a half, Troy, 24. $320, not 2 and a half, $320, not 2 and a money 5. 25, 2 and a half, 5, 325, 7 and a half, 327 and a half, 30, 330, 30 with a 2 and a half, with a 2 and a half, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 340 with a bit of 40, with a bit of 2 and a half, with a bit of 2 and a half, 45, 45, 47 and a half, 53, 53, 53, 52 and a half, 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 350, Simpson 6. Nice head here. 359, 2.5, 359, 2.5, 359, 2.5, 25, 355, 355, 7.5, 360, 360, 2.5, 5, 365, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 70, 370, 2.5, 2.5, 375, 7.5, 80, 380, 82.5, 85, 85, 85, 85, 7.5, 90, 390, 90, 2.5, 5, 95, 95, 395, 7.5, now $4, $4, $4, $2.5, 5, 405, 405, 407.5, 407.5, 7.5, 7.5, 405, Simpson 50. So Charlie Bull, 7.5, 340, now 5. 340 on the money, now 5, but 340, now 5, and 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 345, 345, 345, 340, Troy 445, Troy 45, Troy 45, $3.40, now 5, and 340, now 5. Money 50, 55, and 65, and 370, but 5, 385, and 85, 95, and $4, $4.5, and 510, 410, 15, and 20, but 5, 30, but 430, 430, 425, Lady 94, Lady 94. 7, 2 little ones, 2 little ones, 2 little ones there. 350, now 5, 350, now 5, money 5. 355, 2 little ones, 355, 355, 55, 55, 55, 55, 60, 5, 70, 55, 80, 55, 85, 90, 395, 95, now $4, $4, 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 425, 420, Troy 21, Troy 21. $3 now, 10, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 317 and a half, 20, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, 5, 35, 335, 35, 35, 330, 2 and a half, D&D 24. Okay, donated West Texas Rehab. Okay, donated by Nancy Hughes to West Texas Rehab. 340, now 5, my 50, but a 350, 345, now 50, now 50, now 50, but a 355, 360, but 5, but a 70, but a 5, but a 80, but a 80, 380, 375, 80, 80, 80, 80, 80, 80, 375, Troy 3, Troy 3. Okay, boys have had a Subway shot. 7.5, 285, 7.5, 7.5, 90, 2.5, 5, 9, 7.5, $3, 2.5, 3.5, 3.5, 7.5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 310, 307.5, Nolan 26, Nolan 26, $3, 60, now 5, on the money, 5, but a 360, now 5, 70, 5, 80, 85, 90, 95, 95, 95, 395, 95, 95, 390, Simpson 50. Evercans, but a $3 now, 2.5, 302 and a half, money, 5, 5, but a 305, 378, 7, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 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 15, 315, 15, 15, 17 and a half, 317 and a half, 317 and a half, 317 and a half, 720, 320, 2 and a half, 5, but a 25, 25, 25, 25, 322 and a half, Troy 1. All right, new deal, boys. Vincent, they've had a Covexin 8, Ultra Back, and Pyramid 5 been wormed with Sidectin. 7.5, 285, 87.5, 92 and a half, now 5, 97 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 2 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 and a half, $3, Troy 24. Seven and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 307, 8, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 3, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 320, 320, 320, 317 and a half, Simpson 37. 7 here, 290, now 2.5, 290, 2.5, nice, 7.5, $3 now, 2.5, 302 and 5, 5, 5, 7, 8, 7, 8, 7, 8, 7, 8, 10, 310, 12 and a half, but a 12 and a half, 15, but a 79, 7, 8, 20, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, Troy 24. Two big ones there. $3 now 20 now 2.5. 320, 2.5 on the money. 2.5, 5 but a 325, 7.5. 327 at 32 and a half, but a 32, 5 at 35. 335, 7.5 but a bit of 40 with a bit of 342 and a half. 2.5 now 5 but a bit of 45, 45, 45, 45. 342 and a half. Simpson number 6. Simpson 6. 7 here, $3.50 now 5, $3.50 now 5, money 5, 60, 5, and a bit of 70, 5, and a bit of 375, 370 now 5, and a bit of 5, 370, Troy, number 5, 5. Seven here, 7.5, $3 now, 2.5, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, money, 2.5, 302 and a 5, 305, 5, 5, 7.5, 7.5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 310, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 315, 315, 79, 79, 79, 315, 79, 79, 315, Troy, number 45, 20, 25, 24, Troy 24, Troy 24. 7, hey, 280, now 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, now 2.5, 280, 2.5, 85, 85, 85, 285, 85, 285, 85, 285, 7.5, 290, 2.5, 5, 97, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, 297, half D&D 26. Half kind, 290, now 2.5, 290, money, 2.5, 290, 2.5, 5, 95, 95, 95, 7.5, $3, $3, $3, $3, but a $3, $3, 3, 2.5, 302 and a half, 302 and a 5, 305, 305, 305, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 6, 7, 307, 7, not about 7, not 7, not 7. Have the little one if you want. 307, 307, 307, 306, Troy number 26. Same price, Troy won on the single. Settle Molly face heifer. 7 head, 215, now 2.5, 5, 55, 55, 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 255. Molly face, 257 head, 60, but a 260, 260, but a 60, but a 60, 260, 257 and a half, H71. 257 and a half, H71's going on. Sunfield. That boy's been weighing 45 days and had 4 on Ivomac. It's happening. 270 now 5. 270 money 5 and a 270 2.5. 270 2.5 2.5 2.5 out to go. 270 2.5. 270 2.5. 2.5 2.5 2.5. 270 D&D 5.5 D&D 5.5. African 7.5, 270 now 2.5, 275, but 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 7.5, 80, but 2.5, 8, 2.5, 8, 2.5, 82 and 5, 85, 87 and 90, 290, 2.5, 95, 97 and $3, but 2.5, but 5, 305, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 307, 7.5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 312 and a half, 310, Gully 11, Gully number 11, 280, now 2.5, 280, 2.5, at 85, 85, 282 and a half, 285, 285, 87 and a half, 90, but 290, 290, 290, 290, 290, 287 and a half, Nolan 26. 7 here. 2 little ones there, 2 little ones there. 280, now 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, money, 2.5, 282 and a half, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2 little ones, 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5, 280, capital number 31. 7 here, 250, now 2.5, 255, 252 and a half, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 255, 255, 255, 255, 257 and a half, 7 and a half, $60. 257 and a half, Nolan 27. Okay, Hey, Billy Hausenfluke, boys, they've been waiting 30 days, had a black leg shot. 7.5, 215, now 2.5, 252.5, now 5, now 7.5, now 60, now 2.5, 67.5, 70, 2.5, 275, 7.5, 80, 80, 280, 280, 280, 280, 270, 7.5, Nolan 29, 290, now 2.5, 290, 295, 95, 95, 95, 290, 2.5, now 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 95, 95, 95, 290, 2.5, D&D 5-3. $7.5, $3 now, 2.5, 302.5, 5 money, 2.5, 302.5, 2.5, 302.5. Let's go, 302.5, 302.5, $3 capital, 34.
Brooke Miller.
Okay, Brooke Miller cattle, they have been waiting 3 months, had a 8-way shot. There's steers, 310, 12.5, 310, 12.5, 310, 312.5, wean, 3 months, 12.5, 15. 317.5, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, about 5, 7.5, 320, 7.5, 30, 330, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 330, 2.5, 330, 2.5, 330, 2.5, 330, Troy number 24. Two or more, two or more, pick two you like. 13, 12.5, 310, 12.5, on the money, 15, 17, 20, 320, 2.5, 5, 327.5, 30, 330, 2.5, 5, 35, 35, 7.5, 337.5, 337.5, 335, Simpson 6. Sell the little one there, 350, now 5, money 5, 355, 5, 5, 355, 5, 5, 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 350, Simpson 50. African 7.5, 260, now 2.5, 260, money's down 2.5, but it was 7.5, 70, but 2.5, 7.5, 80, but 2.5, but 85, 2.5, 85, 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 280, 2.5, H, 71. Sell two big ones. Two big ones. 7 or 270, now 2.5. Two big ones on the money. 5, 7.5, $80, 2.5, 85, 285, 87.5, 287.5, 90, 2.5, 95, 95, 97.5, 7.5, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 302.5, $3, capital 34, 34. 94, Heifers, 94, cap 94, cap 94. 7.5, 290, now 5, 290, now 5, now $3, now 5, 10, 15, 25, 30, 5, 335, 40, 40, 5, 45, 45, 350, 50, 55, 355, 60, 360, 355, Lady 56, Lady 56. Bull calf owner. 2,900 now, $3,000. On the money, $3,000. 31, 31, 32, 31, 32, 32, 33, 33, 32, 34, 34, 33, 3,400. $3,400. 4, now 5, now 5, now 35, 34, 35, 3,500, 3,500, 3,500, 3,500, $3,400. Tom number 2, Tom 2. Sell him here to a bit of 7 or 270, now 5. 270 on the money, now 5, but 275. 275, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, but 5. 270, Troy 5, 5.
This is Gene Edmonston from Boca.
All right, Gene Edmondson cattle. What's headed Fire Shield 6 with Somnus and Samway with Somnus. 7 or 275, 7 half. 80 with the bid 282 and a 5. 87 and 90, 290, 90, 90 with the bid 90 with the bid 90. 287 and 90, 90, 90 with the bid 290. 287 and a half. Nolan 27. 7 and a half, $3.20, now 2.5, 320 all money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, 2.5. Black heifer, sell the black heifer, sell the black heifer, 290, now 5. Sell the black heifer, 290, now 2.5. Black ball face heifer, now $3, now 5, now 10, now 15. 315 on the heifer, 315, 315, 315, 310, Troy 26. 7 and a half, 340, now 5. 340, money, 5, but 340, now 5. 345, 555, 340, Troy 5. African, 7 and a half, 290, now 2.5. Money, 5, 7 and a half, $3, now 5, now 10, now 15, but 20, but 320, 2.5, now 5, but 27 and a half, 30, but 2.5. 35, 335, 35, 35, 35, 330, 2.5, Troy 3.
He already called him. He already called him.
7 or 270, now 5. 270, now 5, but 80, but 280, but 80, but 7 over there. 280, 270, 580, now 5, now 90, now 5, now $3, but $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, 295, gully 11, gully 11. 7 and a half, $3, 10, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, but 12 and a half, 312 and a half, on the money, 12 and a half, but 310, 12 and a half, 312 and a half, 312 and a half, 310, Troy 6. African, 7 and a half, hold up, just a minute.
I'm supposed to just have one.
Hold it, hold it.
I'm supposed to have one motley face heifer. That's right. J.E. Edmondson, Brady, Orange County.
Andy, hold on. Do you need one more on that other deal?
One with the, should have an orange ear tag.
Must be Dave Edmondson,
Hey,
that other one.
One of them have an orange ear tag? One, no, it don't.
The tag should
That's
have
that
a
nice
orange.
Supposed to be 88 and 89. 1 and 3.
Yeah, I bet that other one goes to
See
Dave.
what else you got behind the door.
I mean, are you finished with that other deal?
Yeah. We finished it. I think this one will go with the one behind the door. There's 3 head. 3 head. So there should be 2 more head behind the door.
What you got behind the door? 89, 2 head, 2 head.
Yeah, that's right. She goes with those.
One of them goes with those. You need 3 head on that deal?
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 and 3.
88 by herself?
Yes.
Okay, sell the tag, sell the tag. 7 or 270, now 2.5. Molly face sir, 270, 2.9, 2.9, 2.95. 7 and a half, 80, but 2 and a 5, but 7 and a half, 90, but 90, 290, 2.9, 25, but 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 290, 2 and a half, Troy number 26, Troy 26.
I need a motley face steer.
You need 3 head on this deal.
Yes, yes. Yep, that's right.
$3.95, $3 money, 5. $3.95, 5, 5, 5, 10, but 15, but 20, but 5, 25, but 30, but 5, but 335, 335, 35, 35, 35, 330, Troy 5, 5, Troy 5, 5. African 270, now 2.5, 5, but 5, 5, 5, 275, 7.5, 80, but 2.5, 5, but 7.5, 90, but 2.5, but 5, 97.5, $3, 2.5, but 305, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, but 3, 15, 15, 15, 3, 12.5, H22. Over there, $2.70. Now 2.5, but 5.5, 80, but 2.5, 85, 87, and 90, but 2.5, but 95, 95, 97, $3, 2.5, but 3.02, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, $3. Troy 7. Eric Gully, Wayne Cattle. Boys, Wayne 60 plus days, 2 rounds, 8 wave. 2.90, now 2.5, 2.90, now 2.5, 2.5, 5.90, 7.5, $3, but $3, $3, 2.5, 3.02, 2.5, 3.5, but 7.5, 10, 12.5, but 12.5, 12.5, 15, but 15, 15, 15, 15, 3, 15, 3, 15, 3, 15, 3, 12.5, capital number 5. Right here, 305, 7.5, 305, 7.5, 305, 7.5, money, 7.5, 305, 7.5, 307, 307, 307, 307, 7.5, 305, not a big Troy 24, Troy 24. Hefferkine, 7.5, $3.20, now 2.5, 3.20, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 30, 2.5, 37.5, 40, 2.5, 45, 3.45, 5, 3.40, 2.5, D&D 24. Sell one black heifer, 280 now, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 90, 2.5, 95, 97.5, $3, 2.5, 3, 7.5, 10, 12.5, 15, 79, 20, 3.20, 3.79, 20, 20, 3.17.5, D&D 24. 7.5, $3, 5, 7.5, 305, 3.7, money 7.5, 307.5, 307.5, 307, 7, 10, 12.5, 15, 79, 3.20, 2.5, 25, 27, 3.25, 3.22.5, Simpson 6. Mark Phonership, 7 or 260, now 5, money 5. 265, 75, 75, 85, 85, 90, 290, 285, 90, 2.5, 290, 295, 95, 95, 290, 2.5, Gully 11. Gully, is that right? 11? Sell forehead. Forehead, 330, now 2.5, 330, now 2.5, 330 on money, 2.5, 330, now 2.5, 32.5, 5, 35, 35, 35, 35, 337, 7.5, 337.5, 40, 40, 40, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 45, 47.5, 50, 352.5, 5, 357.5, 360, $60, 357.5, capital number 45, capital 45. Okay, sell two big ones there. 310, 12.5, 310, 2 big ones. 310, 312.5, 310, 312.5. On the money, 15, 379. 379, 20, but 2.5, but 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 25, 25, 25, 25, 325, 322.5, capital 34. 370 now 5, 370 now 5, money 5, 80 bit 5, but 90 bit 5, but 4 dollar bit 4 dollar 5, 10 bit 10, 410 dollar 10 dollar 10 dollar 10 dollar 10, 405 D&D 94. Put it on H4. The H4. 340 now 5. 340 now 5. Money 5. 50. 5. 65. 75. 75. 380. 72 and a half. 7 and a half. 377 and a half. 80. 382 and a half. 82 and a half. 2 and a half. 382 and a half. 380. Gully 1. Gully 1. Gully number 1. 77 and 330, now 5. 330 on money 5, 45, 50, 55, 360, 60, 365, 70, 5, 80, 380, 5, 85, 385, 85, 85, 85, 380, gully number 1.
McNeely.
70, 270, now 2.5, 270, now 2.5, money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 270, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 75, 75, 75, 7.5, 270, 7.5, 80, 80, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 25, 85, 85, 85, 87.5, 287.5, 90, 90, 2.5, 9, 2.5, 2.5, 25, 95, 95, 97.5, $3, $3, $2.5, 302.5, $3, capital number 17. Where you at? Capital. Two seven. 275, 7.5, 80, 280, 80, 280, 80, 280, 277.5, D&D 55. 7.5, let's cross Red Bulls. 350, now 5. 350 on the money, now 5. 60, 5, 70, 5, 80, 5, 85, 95, $4, $4, 5. 405, 405, 405, 410, 15, 415, 20, 5, 430, 430, 430, 425, Liddy 94. So one big one, $2.50, now 5, 255, now 5, now 5, now 255, 250, now 2.5, 555, 255, 5, 7.5, 260, 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, 70, 2.5, but it's 7.5, 80, 280, 2.5, 80, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280, Nolan number 27, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, money 5, 335, 40, 5, and 50, 5, 360, 5, 65, 75. 75, 375, 85, but 85, 95, but $94. Now 5, $4, 5, 10, 10, 405. Lady number 91, Lady 91. Still two head. 7.5, 330, now 5. 45, 55, 365, 65, 370, 5, 75, 75, 75, 80, 80, 380, 380, 380, 380, 385, 85, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 385, Lady 93, Lady 93, 290, now 5, 290, on money 5, $3, now 5, now 10, now 15, 20, 2.5, 5, 327, 30, 330, 25, 37.5, 40, 340, 340, 340. Many more you want. 340, 340, 337.5. Troy won. Hell, two head. 250, now 5. 250 on the money, now 5. 250, now 5. 65, 75, 80, 55, 90, 55, $3, 5. 10, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 315. 310, H, 22. Seven here, 230, now 5. 230, now 5. 230, now 5. 230 on the money, now 5. 235, 40. 245, 250, now 5. Now 60, now 5. 265, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55. 260, shoat number 8. Kaiser cattle. 7, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, money 50, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 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 310, capital number 35. 7 here, 290, now 2.5, 5, 290, 2.5, 295, 95, 95, 95, 95, 290, 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 295, 95, 95, 290, 2.5, D and D 5, 3. Seven and 320, now 5, 320, now 5, 320, on the money, now 5, 325, 325, 30, bit of 5, bit of 40, bit of 5, bit of 45, 345, 50, now 50, now 50, now 50, now 50, now 50, 345, capital 3.
It says they're all open for meeting, Control Livestock.
Okay, information they sent in, will be open. 7 hand, 170, now 2.5, 170, 2.5, 170, money, 2.5, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 85, 87, 190, minute 2.9, bit of 95, 97 half, $2, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 2.5, 7.5, 7.5, 10, 10, 10, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 79, bit of 20, bit of 2.9, bit of 5, bit of 7.5, 230, bit of 230, 230, 230, 230, 227 half, show number 8, show 8. Every kind, 7.5, $3.20, now 5, 325, 35, 40, bit of 5, bit of 50, bit of 5, 355, 355, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 355, 350, Troy 3.
Make sure I put, no, it's 8, make sure I put 8 and 10 on there. No, not, I mean, 8, 8.
Over there, 280, not 2.5, 280, 2.9, 2.9, 2.9, 2.9, 5 at 85, 7 and 90, 2.5, 95, 95, 295, 95, 95, 95, 290, 2.5, Nolan 26. So two head, right there, but 320, 2.5, money, 2.5, 27 half, but a 30, but a 2.5, but a 30, 2.5, 35, 37 half, 40, 340, 2.5, but a 45, 7 half, 50, but a 350, 2.5, 55, 55, 7 half, 360, 2.5, now 5, but a 7 half, 70, but a 2.5, but a 5, but a 70, 7 half, 80, but a 380, 2.5, 80, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 380, Simpson, 50. 7 here, 7 here, 370, now 5, 370, now 5, 5, money 5, 375, 80, 5, 90, 5, $4, $4, $4, 395, capital 45.
No story on them. 24 head in the first deal.
Okay, got in here late yesterday evening, Biggs cattle. 24 head in this first deal. All right, got in here late yesterday evening. Okay, stripped them off the cows yesterday and the day before. All steers. You're buying 24 head, about 180 something altogether in this consignment. 325, 327 and a half, 30, 330, 330, but 2.5, but 330, 2.5, 35, 37 and a half, but 340, but 2.5, but 45, but 45, 47 and a half, 347 and a half, 50, 350, 2.5, but 2.5, 5, 357 and a half, 360, but 2.5, but 5, but 5, 7 and a half, 370, but 2.5, but 5, but 75, 7 and a half, 377 and a half, 377 and a half, 377 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 375, Simpson 351. 24 of them, Will. 21 head here. 305, 37 and a half, not set a cap. 305, 37 and a half. 305, 37 and a half. Money's down 7 and a half. 305, 307 and a half. 307 and a half. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half. 12 and a half. 312 and a half. 15, 17 and a half. 17 and a half. 17 and a half. 20. 320, 2 and a half. 2 and a half. 25, 25, 25. 7 and a half. 30, 330. 2 and a half. 5, 35. 37 and a half. 337 and a half. 35, 37 and a half. 337 and a half. 337 and a half. 337 and a half, 335, Simpson 66. $340, now 5, $320, now 5, $320, now 5, $320, now 5, money 5, $325, 30, $330, 27 and a half, 30, $330, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, $332 and a half, 5, $335, 7 and a half, $337 and a half, 40, $340, 2 and a half, $342 and a 5, 5, 7 and a half, $347 and a half, 50, $350, 2 and a half, $355, $355, 7 and a half, $360, 60, $360, $360, $360, $357 and a half, capital number 35. All right, 7 and a half, 290, now 2 and a half, now money 2 and a half, 5, 97 and a half, now $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, $3, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, I go 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, $3, Troy, number 24, Troy 24. Lightweight heifers. 7 here, 340, now 5, 340, now 5, but 340, on money 555, but 355, 60, 5, but 370, but 5, but 80, but 85, 85, 90, 90, 90, 95, but 95, 4, 4, 4, 5, 405, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 20, 420, 25, 425, 425, 30, 30, 35, 435, 432 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 437 and a half, 40, 440, 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 440, 2 and a half, 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 440, Lady 93. $320, not 2 and a half. $320, not 2 and a half. 2 and a half, 2 money, 2 and a half. $322 and a half. 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half. $322, 5. 25, 25, 25, but a $325. 7 and a half. $327 and a half. 30, but a $330, 30, 30, 30, 330. 2 and a half, but a 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, but a 5. 35, 35, 35, 35. 37 and a half. 337 and a half. 40, but a 40. 340, but a 2 and a half, but a 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half. 42, 5. 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 7 and a half. 347 and a half, 50, but a 352 and a half, but a 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 5, 357 and a half, 357 and a half, 357 and a half, 62 and a half, but a 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 362 and a half, 362 and a half, 360, Troy 3. Boys, look more than I said here. 295, 97 half, 295, 97 half, 295, 97 half, 295, 97 half, $3, $3, $3, $3, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 305, 5, 7 half, 7 half, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 3, 12 and a half, 3, 10, 12 and a half, 3 and 10, 12 and a half, 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 12 and a half. 3, 12, and 15, 3, 15, 3, 15, 3, 15, 3, 15, 13, 14, 3, 13, 14, 3, 13, 3, 14, 3, 14, 3, 14, 3, 14, 3, 14, 3, 14, 3, 13, Troy 26. Troy 26.
Next time. 13-1-3, 13-1-3.
You're buying 23 at 320, now 2.5, 320, 2.5, 25, 25, 2.5, 327 and a half, 327 and a half, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 2.5, 335, 35, 35, 7 and a half, 337 and a half, 337 and a half, 40, 340, 40 now, 40 now, 40, 2.5, 345, 45, 7 and a half, 350, 50 now, 2.5, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 352 and a half, 350 now, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 350, Lady 56, Lady 5'6".
You won't need it again.
Rudolph, 138, 138, 138.
310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, money, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 327 and a half, 27 and a half, 30, 330, 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 37 and a half, 337 and a half, 40, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 340, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 340, Troy, 3.
Next time. 310, 310, 3.
They didn't put on.
Yes, they didn't know. September 310, 12 and a half, 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 310, 312 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, $3, now 2 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 305, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 10, 310, 310, 310, 10, 10, but $10, 10, 310, 7 and a half, $10, $10, $10, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 312 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 310, Troy, show your weight on them. They go to Troy. Yes, sir. 7 and a half, 360, now 2 and a half, 360, now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 360, 2 and a half, 360 on the money, now 2 and a half, 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 5, 365, 7 and a half, 70, 370, 2 and a half, 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 375, 75, 5, 7 and a half, 80, 2 and a half, 80, 2 and a half, 5, 87 and a half, 90, 2 and a half, 390, 2 and a half, 390, 2 and a half, 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 390, Troy 45, Troy 45, Troy 45, 290, now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 25, 95, 97 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 5, 305, 302 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 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 305, Troy 24. It's 7 and a half, 320, now 2 and a half. On the money, 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 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 320, 2 and a half, 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 320, Troy 5.
Next time. 5, 5, 5, 5.
370, now 5. 370 on the money. 5, 85, 95, $4 now. 5, 10, 15, 15, 25, 425. 425, 25, 25, 25, 25. 420, H 36. Seven here, 350 now 5, 350 now 5, 65, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 95, $4, $4, $4, 5, 4, 5, 10, 10, 10, 10, 15, 20, 420, 15, 25, 425, 425, 425, 420, lady 93. Seven, 3, 10, 12, 3, 10, 12, 3, 10, 12, 3, 10, 12, 3, 10, 3, 12, money, 12, 14, 14, 16, 18, 3, 18, 18, 18, 18, 3, 18, 3, 16, Troy number 26, Troy 26, 3, 10, 3, 12, 14, 14, 3, 12, 14, 16, 18, 18, 18, 3, 16, 18, 18, 3, 16, D and D 24, D and D 24, 290 now 2, 290 with the $2, 290 now 2 with the $2, 290 now 2 with the $2, 290 2 with the $2 now 2, 280 now 2, 280 2 with the $2, 2 with the 80 2 with the 270 now 2, 270 now 2. 272, y'all see them, 270 now 2, $2, y'all see my heifers, 272, 272. Bounce them back in here right quick. Hold the gate, hold the gate. Sammy, hold the gate. $250 now 2. $250 now 2. Money 2. 254, 254, 254, 54, 254, 256, 258, 258, 258, 260, but a bit of 62, 264, but a bit of 446, but a bit of 696, 96, 96, 96, 264, Gully 11, Gully 11, Gully 11. 7 here, 220, now 2, 220, now 2, 222, 220, now 2. 220 on 220 now 2 now money now 2 222 22 but $8 222 4 24 24 224 224 no matter better board 222 Troy 7. Little or big, however it goes. Some over there, 3, 10, 12, 3, 10, 12, 14, 16, 14, 3, 16, 16, 14, 16, 3, 16, 3, 14, Troy 24, Troy 24, Troy 24. 7 here, 330, now 5, but a 330 on money, 540, but a 5, but 55, 360, but a 55, 60, but a 60, 355, capital, 35. Over there, one head, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, but a $3 now 5, $3 now 5, money 5, but a 5, you do it? $3 lady, number 94, lady 94, $3.50 now 5, $3.50 now 5, $3.55 5, money 5, $3.55 60, but a 5, but a 70, but a 5, but a 80, but a 5, but a 90, 95, $4, $5, but a 5, but a 5, but a 5, but a 5, $4 Troy 2. Sale 3 big ones, 3 big ones, 280, now 2.5, 280, money, 2.5, 2.8, 2.5, 3 big ones, 280, 2.5, 80, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 280, capital 31. Cap 31. Seven here, 7.5, 320, now 5. 320, now 5 at the money, 5 at the 320, now 5. 325 at 30, 30, 30, 35, 335, 335, 35, 35, 330, Troy, 5, 5. All right, new deal.
Oh gosh, I hope these don't look like it's cows.
Dude, I bet they're thin.
Whitehead.
Theo Incorporated. Whitehead from Del Rio. You like them light and good and condition on them? Take a look right here. Okay, going to hold one off. 370, now 5. 370, now 5. 80, 75, 85. 85, 90, 90, 95, $4, $4, 5, $10, $10, 10. 410, 15, 12 and a half. 410, 12 and a half. 15, 415, 17 and a half. 20, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half. 425, 7 and a half, 427 and a half, 30. 430, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 35, 7 and a half. 437 and a half, 40, 440. 437 and a half, 440, 40, now 40, now 40, now 40. 437 and a half, lady 93, lady 93. Okay, got in there last night. Okay, hold big tall one, sell forehead. 7.5, 310, 12 and a half. 310, 12 and a half. 15, 15, 15, 15, 17, 17, 23, 20, 2 and a half. 5, 7 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, 5, 37 and a half. 3, 40, 2 and a half, 5, 45, 45, 45. 340, 2 and a half. Troy 3, Troy 3. Settle over there, $2.50, now 5, $250, now money, 5, 65, 75, 80, 5, 285, 90, 95, 95, now $3, 5, 305, 305, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 20, 20, 320, 320, 315, lady 93, lady 93, 315, now 5, 350, now 5, money, 5, 65, 75, 380, 5, 90, 5, 95, 395, 95, 95, 95, 95, 390, Fox 20, Fox 2, Fox number 2. 7.5, 340, now 5, 340 on the money, 5, 55, 60, 355, 60, 5, 375, 80, 5, 85, 90, 390, 85, 90, 95, 95, $4, $4, 405, 10, 15, 15, 20, 420, 420, 415, lady 93. 7.5, $3.70, now 5, 370 on the money, 5, 380, 85, 90, 95, $4, 5, 10, 10, 15, 20, 425, 430, 5, 40, 5, 445, 445, 440, Troy 11.
How many is that?
I don't know.
78, 78, 78, 78.
Okay, look over. 220, now 5. 220 on money, 5. 220, now 5. 220, now 5. 5, 30, 5, 40, 240, 550, 255, 255, 260, 5, 70, 5, 80, 5, 285, 280, Tom 3.
Off or on the line? Yeah, I just put it above the line.
Turn up, 88, 88.
Little bull calves. 7 3 8 9 5 3 to 5 money 5 85 3 to 5 3 85 3 85 90 5 $4 5 10 10 15 15 20 20 20 425 30 5 435 435 435 435 430 Troy 2 7 half 315 now 5 315 money 565 75 80 5 90 5 $4 $4 5 4 5 5 5 10 10 10 10 10 15 15 15 15 4 15 410 Brian Hoffman. Seven, 320, now 5. 320, now money, now 5, 325. 320, 2.5, 2.5. 320, Troy, number 45.
You know who we haven't seen in a long time? The little usually bring sorry calves or back. That little bitty one. Paulino. Where is he?
Check out 1111, 1111. You got it. Did you get put in jail? Another DWI?
Oh, yeah.
7 half, 315, now 5. 350, now 5. 5, 5, 355. 350 on the money, now 5. 60, 5, 65. 365, 555, 5. 360, H, 38.
Talk about fine junk. Should I?
Here now. Wait,
I buy
zero
the
eight.
biggest junk.
Wait, 08.
I'm proud of my fine junk. I bought 2 lambs yesterday for $10 each. I think they're gonna work. Yeah, my God. Yeah, here's 827.
Yeah, I get up to 1148.
1148. That may be the last.
I bet some odds and ends probably. So one big one over there, one big one. 7, 8, $2 now 5. $2 now 5, money 5. 205, 10, 15, 20, with a 5, with a 230, 5, with a 40, with a 5, with a 50, with a 255, 260, with a 5, with a 70, with a 5, with a 80, with a 5, with a 2 to 5, 85, 280, Nolan number 27, 26. Nolan 26, 7 here, 290, now 2.5, 290, now 2.5, 290, now 2.5, money, 2.5, 95, 95, now 7.5, $3, 2.5, at a 305, at a 7.5, at a 7, 8, 10, 12.5, at a 12.5, 15, at a 15, 315, 315, 315, 312.5, lady 95. Seven, what do you got? 2 big ones, 215 now 5. 250 now 5. 250 now 5. 5, 5, and a 255, money 5. 255, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, and a 55. 255, 250, Nolan number 27. $4.40 by the pound, now 15, now 55, 65, 75, 85, 90. $4.95, $5 now 5. $5 now 5, now 10, now 15, 15, 15, 5, 15. 5, 15, 20, 5, 20, now 5, and a 30, 5. 535, 535, 35, 35, 35. 530, Cliffy. Number 1.
I think he had a heart on his side. Or triangle from Tucson, Arizona.
62, 62, 62.
So four big ones, 7 or 290, 92, 222, 292, 209, 24, 94, 96, 98, 98, 98, 298, $3, 302, 302, 302, 4, 6, 306, 96, 95, 6, 306, 7, 307, 7, 7, 7, 8, 8, 8, 308, 308, 308, 307, Troy 24, 7 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, 310, 12 and a half, a bit of money, 12 and a half, 15, 79, 20, but a bit of 2 and a half. 2 and a half, 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 320, capital 31. Say, two big ones there. $3 now, 2 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 320, 20, 20, 20, 320, 317 and a half, gully 11, 7 and a half, $3, 10, 15, 310, 315, on the money, 15, 310, 15, 15, 20, 325, 30, 5, 340, 5, 45, 345, 45, 340, Troy 3. Two blacks. 7 and a half, 320, now 5, 320, now 5, 320, now 5, 5, money 5, 325, 25, 25, 25, 25, 320, capital number 34. Settle red, but 280 now 2 and a half, 280, 2 and a half, 280, 2 and a half, 280, 2 and a half, 280 on the money now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 280, 2 and a half, 280, capital 31. $7 and a half, $3, now 10, 12 and a half, 310, 312 and a half, 310, 312 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, but money 12 and a half, 312 and a half, 312 and a half, 312 and a half, 312 and a half, 12 and a half, 15. 15, 15, 15, 15, 79, 79, 23, 22 and a half, 5, 325, 322 and a half, capital 35. African, 7 and a half, 280, now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, money 5 at 85, 85, 7 and a half, 92 and a half, 92 and a half, 290, 2 and a half, 290, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 97 and a half, 97 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 295, that'll be Troy 26.
There's 46 altogether. 11 in here right now.
Okay, 46 in this consignment. Most of them are steers. 335, 37 and a half, 335, money 7 and a half, 40, 340, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 45, 45, 47 and a half, it's 50, 353, 53, 52 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 360, 60, 57 and a half, 60, 360, 360, 57 and a half, 60, 360, 357 and a half, Troy 6. Steer cattle, $3.20, now 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, money, 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 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 320, 2 and a half, 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 320, Troy 6. $330, now 2 and a half, $330, now 2 and a half, money 2 and a half, 335, 35, 32, 9, 5, 7 and a half, 337, 40, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 50, 350, 350, 2 and a half, 5, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 360, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 360, 2 and a half, 360, Troy 5. Two little ones there. 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 330, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, money 2 and a half, 330, two little ones, 332 and 5, 35, 35, 7 and a half, 337 and a half, 337 and a half, 335, Troy 45. 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 280, now 5, 285, 95, $3, $3, $3, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 305, 7 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 305, Troy 24. $310, 12 and a half, $310, 12 and a half, money 15, but it's 70 and a half, 20, 2 and a half, but it's 320, 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 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 320, H, 22. Seven here, but a $3 now, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, but a 15, but a 3, 15, 17 and a half, 20, but a 3, 20, 2 and a half, but a 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 25, 7 and a half, but a 3, 27 and a half, 325, Troy 1. 7 here, $3 now, 2 and a half, 302 and a 5, 3, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 7 and a half, 20, 2 and a half, but a 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, but a 5, 25, 25, 25, 25, 3, 22 and a half, Troy 3.
I'm out. Okay. This don't, we should get a 6th deal. Oh, I must have missed my 11 deal, black deal, red. Yeah, we're still good. We're still good. We're good.
Make another ticket. Troy 3.
How much?
Seven and 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, but a 45, but a 50, but a 5, but a 355, 355, 60, but a 5, but a 70, but a 375, but a 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 370, lady 93. 7 and 320, now 5, 320, now 5, but a money 530, but a 5, but a 40, but a 5, but a 45, 345, 5, 5, but a 5, 340, Troy 3.
Skip that 11 deal, black deal, red. Should get a 6th deal when we start the next deal.
Every kind, 7 and a half, but a 7 and 290, now 2 and a half. We shot one of them, Jody. Big one, 292 and a 5, 95, now 7 and a half, $3 now, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 5, but 305, 5, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 10, number $10, $10, $10, $10, $10, 307 and a half, Gully 11, Gully 11. 7 and a half, 320, now 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 30, now 5, 35, 40, but a 5, but a 50, but a 5, but a 355, 352 and a half, now 5, now 7 and a half, 360, 2 and a half, but a 5, but a 7 and a half, 370, 2 and a half, but a 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 877 and a half, 377 and a half, 375, Gully 1. All right, new deal.
Joey Pierce is not giving us any information.
7 and a half, 280, now 2 and a half, 282 and a half, 280, but it 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 280, 2 and a half, 280, 2 and a half, and the money, 2 and a half, 280, 2 and a half, 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 282 and a half, 282 and a half, 82 and a half, 85, 85, 285, 83, 84, 284, 284, 284, 284, 284, 283, and that'll be Fry 28. 7 and a half, $2.60, now 2 and a half, 260, 2 and a half, 5, 5, 5, 5, 2 and a half, 5, 265, 5, 5, 260, 2 and a half, Nolan 76. 9 in. The lightweights. 7. Okay, hold the littlest one there if you need to. 7, 420, now 5. 420, now 5. 420, now 5. On money, 530. 430, now 5. Now 40, now 5. 450, now 5. 455, 65. 470, 470. 465, 70. 475, 475. 80, 80, 480, 80, 85. You can take him right along if you want him. 485, 485, 485, 485. 485 at 90, 90, 90, 490, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 490, 485. Troy, 22. Yardham with the 11s. You want the little one, Troy? Yeah, laid him on. Hefford right off of him. 7 here, 290, now 5. 290 on the money, 5 at a $3, now 5. 10, 3 10, 15, 15, 15, 15, 20, 320, 17 half, 315, 17 half, 317 and a half, 317 half, 17 half, 17 half, 17 half, 315, Troy 1. Seven half, 270, now 2.5. 270, now you hold one, Jody. 2.5, hold one, everybody. 270, 2.5, money's down 2.5. 275, 277 and a half. 280, 80, 2.5, 80, 2.5, 85, 85, 87 and a half. 287 and a half. 285, 87 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 87 and a half. 285, Troy 26. 7 here, $2.50 now 2. 252, 250 now 2. $250, $2, 250, 24, 250, 24, 252, 444, 94, 94, 94, 252, showed 8. Sell big one, big one, big one, big one. $2 now 5. $2 now 5. $2 5. Big one. $2 now 5. On the money now 5. 205, 205, 205, 205, 205. $2 show number 8. Okay, watch his right hind leg. 140, now 5. 145, 50, 150, 150, 150. 150, 45, 55, 65, 75, 80. 180, now 5, now 90. 190, now 5. 195, 195, 95, 95, 95. 195, now $2. $2, $2, 195, Brian Hoffman. 7 here, 350, now 5. 350, now 5, but it's money, 5. 65, 65, but a 370, but a 5. 375, 75, 80, but 80, but 5. 85, 95, 95, $4, now 510. 410, 15, 20. 425, 30, 430, 425, 30, 435, 435, 40. 440, 440, now 5, now 50, 455, 455, 55, but a 5, 450, so lease.
Put them back on here. I think they got him separated.
7 here, 320, now 5. 320 on money, 5. 30, 55, and 45, and 55. 365, 370, but a 65, 70. 370, 375, but a 75, 75, 75, 80. 80, 80, but a 380, 80, 380, 380, 85. 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, and 85, 90, 90, 90, 90. 390, 390, 395, 95, 95, $4, $4. $4, $4, 5. 405, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, but a 10. 15, 20, but a 420, but a 20. 415, Troy, 21. How we doing?
That on the video.
66, 66, 66, 66.
Here's 7.5, 310, 15, 310, 315, 15 on the money, 15, 310, 315, in the minute of 15, 15, 20, with a bit of 5, 325, 30, with a bit of 35, with a bit of 35, 335, 35, 35, 35, 330, Troy, number 5.
Go change that scale then. Well, that's the problem right there. Dean slamming that cage in his bouncing back.
7 here, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, 5, a bit of $3 now 5, on the money now 5, 10, 10, 10, 15, 15, 15, 15, 3, 15, 3, 15, 20, with a bit of 20, with a bit of 20, with 20, but 3, 23, 23, 23, 20, 3, 15, Troy 5. Seven here, 7.5, but a minute, 7.5, $3.40 now 5, 340 on the money now 5, but a bit of 45, 345, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 340 Troy 45.
That's gonna be a domino effect with something good.
Sell the black, $3 now 5, $3 on money now 5, 10, and a minute 15, 15, 15, 15, 20, but a bit of 5, 325, 30, but a bit of 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 325, capital number 42. 7, 260 now 5, 265 now 5, but a bit of 5, 5, 5, 5, 265, 260 now 5, and a minute 70, 270, 270, 275, and a 5, and a 5, and a 5, and a 5. 270, capital 31, cap 31, cap 31. 7, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, and then money 5, and then $4 now 5, 10, and 10, 15, 4, 15, 20, now 5, now 30, now 5, now 40, now 5, 450, 5, 460, 5, and 70, and 5, and 80, and 80, 45, 85, 85, 90, 490, 5, and 95, 95, 95, 95, 490, Fox number 25, Fox 25. Sell the bulls, 290, now 2.5, 290, now money, 2.5, 290, 2.5, 2.5, 290, but 2.5, but 90, 2.9, 90, 2.9, 90, 2.9, 90, 2.5, 290, capital number 31. Two blacks, 350 now 5, 340 now 5, 340 now 5, two blacks, 340 now 5, and I'm gonna sell them all, 320 now 5, 320 on the money, 530, but 335, 35, 35, 40, 345, 55, 42 and a half, 47 and a half, 347 and a half, 345, capital 42. 7.5, 320 now 5, 320 now 2.5, 5, 7.5, 30, 2.5, 335, 35, 335, 32 and a half, 5, 5, 7.5, 337 and 40, 2.5, 5, 47 and a half, 350, 350, 350, 347 and a half, Troy 47, 45, Troy 45, Troy 45, $3 now 5, $3 now $3, 5, 10, 15, 25, 35, 40, 345, 50, 55, 65, 75, 380, 5, 90, 95, $4, $4, 5, 410, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, 40, 5, 455, 60, 5, 465, 465, 465, 460, Brian Hoffman.
I didn't realize we didn't count.
Start your little deal there. One, Markham Buckler pound. Attention, Dean.
got two cows here. Let me know what you want.
They don't keep them at home. Keep them home. They're not good at the ranch.
7 $2.79, 2.5, 270, 2.5, 5, 2.5, 275, 5, 270, 2.5, Nolan, 27.
They're done. 102, 102. 2, 102.
Every kind, $7.5, $2.60, now 2.5, 260 on the money, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 260, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 70, 2.5, 5, 75, 75, 7.5, 277.5, 275, show number 8, showed 8, 122, 3, 3, now 3, 122 on the money, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 29, 30, 31, 31, 31, 31, 30, 129, Marty, 25.
Backside, 15, 1, 5. 15, 1, 5.
7, 125, $26, $7, $8, $9, $39, 1 now, 2 now, 3 now, 4 now, 5 now, 6, 7, $7, 38, $39, 40, 140, 140, 140, 140, 140, 139, show number 2.
They're done. Round the corner, 925, 925. 925.
Keep him at the ranch. Nobody want to do it.
It's happening on 144, 95, 144, 95, 6, 7, 8, 49, $50, 51, 51, 51, 151, 51, 51, 150, Lone Star.
Backside. 25, 25. 25, 25.
Him and Hubby get along fine. He's in the car. That's what Sammy said. And Sammy said the two make one.
Look here, they are bred. 150 now $2 day, 150 now $2 day, 150 on the money now $2 day, $2 day, 152, 152, 1, 2, 3, $3, 153, 154, 154, 155, 156. One cow's got a corner for hip ball. 150 now 1, 2, 151, 2, 3, 4, 54, 55, 56, 156. 155, 156, $6, $6, $6, $6, $6, $6, $6, 155, fried 10, fried 10.
Backside. 52, 52, 52.
Boy, she's 7 months bred. 2,500, 2,600, 25, 2,600, 25, 2,600, 25, 26 on the money. Now 2,600, 25, 26, 27, 2,700, 2,700, 27, 26, 27, 27, 27, $2,700, $2,700, $2,700, 2,600, D&D 102. D&D 102. Short solid, 4 months bred. Short solid, light bred.
Did I put a description? I think I did.
7 and a half, 137, 38, 137, 38, 38, money 9, 40, 141, 2, 42, 41, 2, $141, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 42, 3, 42, 3, 43, 142, show number 2.
Straight up around the corner, 935, 935, 935, 935.
You're getting the look. What are you getting the look for?
Young and open. 7 and a half, 170, now 2 and a half, 170, now 2 and a half, 170, now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 172 and a 5, 177 and a half, 177 and a half, 80, 182 and a half, 185, 87 and a half, 187 and a half, 87 and 90, 192 and a half, 192 and a half, 192 and a half, 292 and a half, 292 and a half, 190, show number 8. Test it open. 7, 8, 133, now 4, 134, 5, 6, 7, 8, 39, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 145, $6, $6, $7, $7, 8, 148, 47, 48, 48, 48, $9, $9, 50, 151, 51, 52, 52, 53, 33, 53, 53, 53, 152, Marty, number 25.
Straight up. 105, 105, 105. Watch him a little bit. Hold on, you still got one more on here.
Yes. What kind of brand?
That's 15, 15, 15.
Oh, this is Roderick cattle at
Roderick cattle. Check for the hips. Check for the toes, Frank. Hips, toes, and back. Toes and back. Everything good? Roderick cattle, Miss Dr. Buffalo.
Okay, Roderick cattle got in there last night. They are solid mouth cows, 5 months, 4 and 5 months bred. 24.50 by the head, now 5. 24.5, now 25. 2,500 on the money, now 5. 24.5, 25. $2,500 now half. 25 and a half. 2,500 and a half. 26. 26 and a half. 26 and a half. 27. 27 and a half. 27 and a half. 28. 28. 8 and a half. 28 now half. Now 9. Now half. Now 3,000. Now half. 31. 3,100. 3,000. Now 50. Now 3,100. 3,100. 3,100. 3,100. 3,050. Now 31. 3,100. 3,100. 3,100, $3,050, show 13. Way on there, 125, 126 on the money, $6, $7, $7, $8, $9, $9, 30, 30, 31, $1, $1, 2, 32, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 36, 6, 7, $7, 7, 8, 38, 39, $9, 40, 1, 140, show number 2, show number 2. Left eye, $80 now 1. $80 now 1. $80 now 1. Money 1. You do it. 81. 81. 2. 82. 82. $81. 83. 83. 83. 84. 84. 85. 85. 86. 86. 7. 87. 8. 88. 88. 9. 89. 90. 91. 2. 1, 2, 3. 4. 5. 95. 94. Now 5. 95. 95. $94. Lone Star. Cliffy. All right, broke mouth cows, they are bred. 140, now one. 140, keep it to one, not a one. On the money, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 47, 48, 49, $9, 50, 52, 54, 56, 58, 162, $4, 66, $8, $70, $172, 174, 74, 6, 78, 180, $82, $82, $82, 180, fried, number 15, fry 15. 7.5, 160, now one. 5 months bred. Okay, you're buying one of them. Where? 160, now $2 a day. The one cow, 162, 4. 162, now 4. 162, 4. 1 cow, 4, 6. 68, 170, 170, 172, 22, 4, 4, 6, 78, 80, 82 to 4, $84, $84, 182, shoat number 251. Show 251. 150 now one. 151 money one. Even one, another one, another one, another one. 151. 151. 151. 51. 51. 150 Lone Star.
Backside.
5 months bred. Another family member. Solid mouth cow. 5 months bred. 2,400 now 5, 24 now 5, 24, 25. Solid mouth, money 5, 24 now half, now 5, now 5, now half, 2,600, 2,600, 2,600 and a half, 26 and a half, 27, 2,700, 27 and a half, 27 and a half, 28, 28, 28, 28 and a half, 29, 9, 29 and a half, now $3,000, $3,000, 29.75 now 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, 29.75 show 13.
Around the corner, 220, 220, 220, 220. Yeah, everything's good. It was one of those ones going to the background.
Broke mouth cow. We'll let her over. She got a week old kid.
All right, you got a brand new calf. All right, that calf's 1 week old today. Okay, you're buying the pair. 17 and a half, $1,800. 17 and a half, 1,800. The calf's 1 week old today. 17 and a half, 1,800. 1,800, 18. On the money, 1,800, 1,800, about 18 and a half, 18 and a half, 18 and a half, 18 and a half, about 1,800 and a half, 1,800 and a half, and I have it, 1,800 and a half, 1,800 and a half, 1,800 and a half. So the 1,800, Javier 26. Javier 26.
Right off, around the corner, let me know what you do. I got one pair here. Let me know what you do with it.
Sellable, 7.5, 155, $56, 155, money $6, $6, but 56, 157, 58, 59, $60. Now 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, but 1, 2, 61, 19, 19, 19, 19, 19, 161, Lone Star 1.
Backside. 57, 57, 57, 57.
Over there, 310, 12, 310, $12, 12, 310, 12, 14, 14, 14, 14, 314, 314, 314, 312, capital 34.
85, 85, 85, 85.
Over there. 70270, $19.84. 74, 272, 4. 272, Nolan 27. 7 here, 7 8, 290, now 2 4. 219, 494, 94, 19, 494, 94, 94, 294, 94, 94, 94, 292, D&D 5 3. 7 here, 7 8, 330, now 5. 330, now 5. 35, 35. 330, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, $3, now 2.5. 302 and a half, 302 and a half, 302 and a half. 302 and a half. Money. 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. $3, 2.5. $3. Brian Hoffman. Save two big ones, 290, now 2.5. 290, now 2.5, now 5. 295, 95, 95, 95, 95, two big ones. 295, 295, 295, 292 and a half, Gully 11. Every kind, 7.5, 340, now 5. 340, on money, now 5. 5, a bit of 345. 345, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45. 340, Gully 1. Gully 22. Gully 2 on them. Gully 22. Gully 22.
Oh, this is Daryl Jackson.
Weigh the cow, weigh the cow. 160 now, $2 day. 162, 4, $2.496. 66, $8.70, but a 2, but a 4, but a 6. 78, 80, but 2, but $82.82. 182, 82, 82, 82. 180, show number 8. 7.5, $3 now 5. $3 in the money, 5, $3, 5, 10, but $10, 10, 12.5, 312 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 370 and a half, 370 and a half, 370 and a half, 370 and a half, 315, Gully number 11.
Spring Canyon.
7.5, $85, $86. 85, $86. 85, $86, 6, 85, money 6, 7. 87, 88, $90, $2, $4, $4, $6, 96, $98, $, 98, Marty, number 2. Marty 2. 7.5, 330, now 2.5, money 2.5, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 337 and a half, 335, 7.5, 337 and a half, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 37 and a half, 335, Simpson 50. What they weigh there? 562. Put them on 35. 7. What do you got? Two big ones, 7.5, 7, 320, now 5. 320, on money, now 5, 320, now 5. 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, D&D 24. 7.5, 380, now 5. 380, now 5. 85, 90, 5, 95, 95, 95, 395, 395, 395, 95, 95, 390, Lady number 9, 3. Okay, I had big calves jerked off of them. Okay, sell 10 head. 128.9, 128.999, 28.9, money 9, 30, 1, 31, 1, 2, 31, now 2, now 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 36, $7, 38, 39, 38.9, 40, 1, 2, 43, 144, 44, 5, 45, 146, $6, 7, 7, 8, 8, 9, 49, 48, 9, 140, 49, 149, 148, lady number 18, lady 18. Oh, there's hell, one cow, 85, $86, 85, money 6, 85, 6, 7, 88, 89, 90, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 3, 4. 94, 95, 95, 96, 97, 97, 97, 8, 98, 99. Dollar, one, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 104, 5, 7, 8, 9, 109, 10, 11, 11, 12, 12, 13, 14, 115, 16, 16, 117, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 117, Marty number 2, Marty 2, Marty 2. Over there, 135, 136, money, $6. 137, 8, 9, 41, 2, 3, 4, 4, 4, 4, 143, 4, 5, 145, 145, 146, $146, 146, 146, 145, show 2, 133, 134, 134, 4, 4, 33, money 4, 5, 6, 37, 37, 38, 38, 8, 138, 138, 137, Lone Star. They pretty nice right here. You like them? $330, now 2.5, $330, now 2.5. On the money, now 2.5, $330, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, $330, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, $330, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, $330, 2.5, $330, 2.5, $330, 2.5, all in, all done, $330, 2.5, $330, Simpson, number 6. Seven here, 360, now 5. 360 on the money, now 5. 70, 75, 80, 380, 80, 85, 85, 385, 380, now 5 at 85, 82, 92, 92, 380, 2.5, 380, Simpson 50. Simpson 50. Said red one, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, $4 little one there, $4 now 5, 10, 15, 20, 420, 415, 20, 420, 420, 420, 420, 5, 425, 30, 5, 40, 5, 450, 50, 55, 455, 455, 450, so lease. Okay, big navel, watch underneath her. 7.5, 180, now 5. 180, now 5. 180, 55, 180, now 5. 185, money 5. 180, now 5. 90, 195, now $2, now 5. $2, big navel, no, $2, 5. 10, 2 to 10, 2 to 10, 15, 15, 15, 2 15, 2 15, 210. Javier, 3. 7 here, 340, now 5. Money, 555, 365, 370, 5, 375, 80, 85, 85, 90, 90, 90, 390, 90, 90, 90, 385, lady 93. Tested open. 110, 112, 110, not 12 with the money, 12 with the 110, 112, 114, 16, 18, 20 with the 20 with the 122, 4, $26, $8 with the 30 with the 130, 130, 132, 22 with the bit of $10, 1, 2 with the bit of 32, 33, 34, 34 with the 5 with the 6, 136, 7 with the 37, 37, 37, 8, 138, 38, $9, $9, 40 with the bit of 1, with the bit of 1, 2 with the bit of 2, 3 with the bit of 4 with the bit of 5. But a bit of 6, 146, 7, 147, 47, 47, 47, 47, 47, 146, lady 18, lady 18. Over there, $290 now two, $290 on the money, 2, 4, 6, 98, $3, 2, 302, 304, 306, hey, with a bit of 10, 10, 12, with a bit of 14, 14, 314, with a bit of 16, with a bit of 18, with 320, with a bit of 2, 322, 320, D&D 24, 440, now 5, money, 555, 65, 75, 80, 485, 90, with a bit of 5, with a bit of $5, with a bit of $5, 495, $5, $5, $495, Tom 3, sell the big one, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, big one, 330, on the money, now 5, 335, 35, 35, 35, 330, capital number 40, capital 35, capital 35. 7.5, 380, now 5, 380, money, 5, 85, 85, 385, 85, 90, 85, 95, $4, 5, 10, 15, 25, 425, 425, 425, 420, H 36. Sell the red cow, she's 6 months bred. 7 here, 144 now 5, 144 now 5, money 5, 4, 5, 6, 8, 50, 152, 154, red cow, 6 months bred, 154, 56, 158, 160, now 2, now 2, now 2, now 2, 164, 246, 168, $8.72, 172, 4, 74, 6, 78, 78, 78, 78, 80, 180, 180, 180, 170, 82, with a bit of $10, 824, 824, 182, show number 213, 251, 251, 251, over there, 125, 126, spotted cow, 125, 126, 125, money 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 30, 30. Corner of her right hip's off, 129, 30. 130, 130, 130, 130, 1, bit of 1, 1, 2, 32, 3, bit of 4, bit of 4, 5, bit of 36, bit of 7, 38, 39, 9, 40, bit of 1, bit of 1, 140, Brian Hoffman, 5. Young cow here. 2100, 2200, 21, 22, 21, 2, 2, 2, but the money's down now, 21, 2, 3, 23, 24, 25, 2500, 2600, 2600, 25, 26, 25 and a half, 25 and a half, 25 and a half, 6, 26 and a half, 27, 2700 and a half, 27 and a half, 2700, show number 13. Bred to Angus Bull, 105, wire to you, 106. 7, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 122, 4, 24, 6, 8, 28, 32, 4, 6, a bit of 38, 40, with a bit of 2, with a bit of 42, $42, $44, $44, $44, 144, 142, Kenny, number 4. 7 here, 290, now 5, 290, now 5, bit of 5, money 5, $3, now 5, 10, 15, 315, 25, 35, 335, 340, with a bit of 40, now 40, 340, 335, lady 93. So there's 150 now 5, 150 on the money now 5, 65 and a 70, but a 5, but a 80, but a 5, 195 and a 95, $2 now 5, 205, 10, 10, 10. $210, $10, 15, 215, 20, 220, 220, 220, 220, 220, 220, 220, 220, 215. Marty number 5, Marty 45. Marty 45's on the scales. There's steers. 7 here, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, money 5, $3 now 5, a bit of $3 now 5, 555, a bit of 305, 305, 305, out to go, 305, 310, 310, 15, 15, 15, 15, 20, 325, 325, 325, 320, lady 91, lady 91, lady 91. 7 and a half, 85, $87, 85, 87, 85, 87, 85, 87, 991, 3, 95, 95, 97, 99, 101, 103, 105, 107, 109, 111, 13, 113, 113, 111, 13, 15, 15, 15, 115, 17, 117, 117, 117, 115, show number 2. 7 right here, 290, now 2, 4, 290, 4, 290, 94, 94, 94, 94, 94, 96, 98, 298, 298, 298, 98, 98, 98, 296, D&D 53. We're on a safe word. Oh, there, 90, hit it, $1, $1, 91, $1, where 90, now one, $90, 1, 2, 3, 93, 93, 93, 94, 95, 95, 96, 96, 97, 98, 98, 99, $99, $1, $1, $1, $1, $1, Marty number 2, Marty 2, Marty 2, 110, 112, 110, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 2, 4, 6, 8, 30, 2, 4, 6, 138, 40, 142, 4, 6, 8, 150, 151, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 157, 157, 57, 58. Broke out a brand new home. $58, 58, 58, 58, 158, 59, 160, 161, 2, $1, 3, 63, 4, 4, 163, fry 15. 4 and 5 months bred. Shorts and brokes. One cow's got the corner of her hip ball. 140, now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 48, 49, 51, 52, 152, 53, 4, 155, 156, 155, 6, 7, 8, 158, 159, 160, 1, 81, 2, $1, 2, 3, 63, 4, 4, 4, bit of 5, bit of 6, 167, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 168, 168, now 9, 169, 169, 70, 170, 169, Brent H. Young cow over there. 7 and a half, 155, 7 and a half, 157 and a half, money, 7 and a half, $60, 2 and a half, 7 and a half, 72 and a half, 177 and a half, $77 and a half, 177 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 175, show number 22, show 22. Weigh the cow, 128, now 9, 128, money, 9, $128, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, $28, 9, 128, Lone Star. Sell that heifer calf. 7 and a half, $3, now 5, $3, now 5, 10, 15, 25, 35, 45, 350, 350, 350, 355, 360, 70, 80, 380, 80, 85, 90, 90, 90, 90, 385, Fox number 2. 7 and a half, 320, now 2 and a half, 2 and a half, now money, 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 320, 2 and a half, 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 320, capital 35. Pretty good set right here. 7 and a half, 315, 17 and a half, on the money, 17 and a half, 315, 317 and a half, 317 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 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 315, Simpson, 6. Seven and a half, 215, now 2.5, 250, 2.5, 250, now 2.5, 5, 55, 55, 55, 2.5, now 5, 255, 55, 255, 7.5, 260, 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, 270, 270, 270, 270, 270, 270, 267.5, Gully 22. Gully 2 190 now 2.5 192.5 money 5 7.5 $2 2.5 2 7.5 10 12.5 215 270 920 222.5 225 225 222.5 show 22 7.5 330 now 2 but a 330 now 2 4 34 332 4 34 332 4 34 36 334 336 338 338, 336, Lady 93. 7.5, 320, now 2.5, 320, 2.5, money 2.5, 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 320, 2.5, 320, Simpson 50.
Starlight cow and 11 red calves.
Put some calves. She got calves on the same inside her, doesn't he? Put some
One.
Yes, yes.
$700, $7, $8, $7, $8, $8, $8, $8, 107, 108, 108. Whoa. $70 one. Every $1, 70 on the money. Now one. 71. Every $1, 70. Javier 11. Weigh the calf, 380, now 5, 385, 90, 85, 90, 90, 385, 90, 395, and $4, but a 5, but a 10, but a 15, but a 20, but a 420, 415, 20, 20, but a 420, 415, Russell number 3. All right, 7.5, 7.5, 315, now 2.5, 315, now money, 2.5, 350, 2.5, 315, now 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 350, 2.5. Okay, gonna hold one, everybody. 352 and a half. 352 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 52 and a half. 350, Simpson, 50. He sure got full. Seven head, 240, now two. 240, now $2, two. 240, now two. 240, now two. Two, but a $2, $2, two. 240, now two. 242, $2, now two. 202, money, 202, 202, 204, 204, 206. Second item, second item, second item, second item, second item, second item, 206, 8. $208, $8, $8, $58, 208, $208, $208, $8, 10, 210, 210, 210, 208, Tom 3, Tom 3, Tom 3. 7 and a half,
Tag's right.
Everything good? 7 and a half, 3, 12, 14, 16, minute 314, 316, 314, 16, minute 18, minute 20, minute 2, minute 4, minute 324, 322, 4, 322, D&D 24, D&D 24. D&D 24. 7 here, 370 now two. 370 on the money now two. 370 $2, 372 2. 370 Simpson 50.
New deal. Be a cow and 8 calves. This might be a red black calf. A red.
137, 137, 137.
With cow, little cripple, 7 and a half, 85, $86, 85, 6, 7, 87, 87, 7, 86, 7, 87, 87, 7, 7, 8, 88, 89, 90, 91, 81, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 96, 96, 97, 98, 98, 99, 99, dollar, 1, 1, 2, 3, 104, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 109, 10, 11, 12, 12, 111, Javier, number 11, Javier 11. What do you got, little bull calf over there? $4 now, 5. $4 money, 5, 10, 15, 25, 35, 4, 45, 50, 55, 60, 465, 75, 80, 5, 85, 485, 85, 85, 85, 85, 480, Fox, number 25, Fox 25. 360 now, 5, money, 5, 365, 365, 75, 80, 55, 90, 55. $4, $5, $4, 5, 10, now 15, 15, 20, 420, 420, 420, 420, 415, so lease.
Is there any more on this consignment?
Yep.
Let's more in, let's more in, let's more in.
Got 6 more on this consignment.
Okay, hold your ticket, hold your ticket. So 2 big ones over there. 290, not 295, 7 half, 297, 7 half, 297 half, 7 half, 95, 97, 7 half, 7 half, 7 half, 297 half, $3, $3, $3, 3, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, $3, capital number 31. I think it is. Sell. Big one big one. 275, 7.5. 277 and a half, 80. 280, 80, bitty bed, 80. 280, bitty bed, 80, bitty bed, 280, 280. 277 and a half, D&D 5.3. Two big ones that's left here. 7 here, 310, 12 and a half. 310, 12 and a half, money, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half. 310, 12 and a half, 12 and a half. 310, capital 35.
Is that all of that? Good. Get off. 85, 85.
Okay, this is Rose cattle. It said the vet forgot to PX the pair.
Young and 4 months bred. $950,000, $1,000, now 50,000, now 50, 1,050, 1,100, now 12, 11, 12, 12, 13, 13, 13, 12, 13, 14, 14 out of 15, 16, 16, 17, 18, 1,800, 1,800, 1,800, 1,800, 17 half, 1,800, 18 and a half, 18 and a half, 1,800 and a half, 1,800 and a half, 18 half, $1,800, show 13.
Okay, wait. This is Charlie Blanner. We didn't get Rose cattle.
58, 58.
Yeah. I got the tag.
Yeah.
This is gonna be Charlie Blanner.
Rose with a B.
Yeah. She was 4 months.
They had that cut in earlier. What was that?
I don't know.
What did Rose
They
cattle
didn't tell
call
me,
for?
so I don't know.
3 head.
There were
I
3
remember
heads.
that. Yeah, it was that description. That might have been it.
Hey, who is it?
It was that cut in earlier.
Hey,
I
who
think
got
you're
this?
right.
Who got it?
Show 13.
I think you're right.
Hey, Skylar. Who was that call in earlier you had with a black pair and a
Straight off.
black face
220,
bull
220,
still head?
220.
That you called in earlier?
Right here. Seller 1846.
That's it. That's it.
Yep, that's it.
Rose cattle with a B.
1846. That's it.
Why did we call it in? Gotcha. Okay. Tell Minnie that on page 26 that her Rose cattle at the top of the page, you've already sold them. So she won't get them on page 26. She's already got them. Think about it. All right. Okay. 280.
280, now 5, 290, bitty bed 5, 280, now 5, 280, now 5, money 5, 285, 285, 85, 85, 85, 85, 90, 290, now 5, 295, $3, but a bit of $3, 295, Brian Hoffman.
No, we still like the last of
Seven here, 7 here, $3, now 2.5, 302 and a half, $3, now 2.5, $3, now 2.5, $3, money, 2.5, 302 and a half, 2.5, 302 and a half, 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 $3, capital 34. Weigh the cow. 125, 126, 125, 126 out of 6 out of money, 6, 7, 127, $8, $8, $8, $9, $9, 31, 31, 32, 133, 32, now 3, 4, 34, 5, 34, now 5, now 6, 36 out of 6, now 6, now 6, 7, 37, 37, 37, 37, 37, 37, 136, Lady 18, by the head. By the head, 225, 225, 50, 250, 250 by the head, 75, 275, $300, $300, 300, 300, now quarter, 300 and a quarter, 3.5, 3.5, 375, 375, 75, sold it, 350 by the head. What's that name? Fincher. Mr. Fincher, thank you. Fincher. Sell 3 big ones, 240, now 2.5, 240, 2.5, 240, 2.5, 240, now 2.5, but it's 45. 45, 7.5, 52.5, 52.5, 55, 55, 55, 57.5, 260, 260, 60, 257.5, that'll be fry 3. Fry 3, short him with the 28.
Those were heifers, right? Okay.
Everything, somebody right here got a bull calf, but I'm going to have it half. $3 now 5. $3 now 5. $3 now 5. $3 now 5, but a $3 now 5. 5, but a $3 now 5. $3 now 5. $3, 260 now 5. 75, 80. 280, 280, 85, 85, 90, 290, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 295, 95, 95, 95, 290, Brian Hoffman.
That's good, Frank. First one.
Silly young cow. 7.5 and 130 now to $130 $2 Weyer T 132 46 36 38 42 44 144 now 6 now 8 now 50 152 152 222 but a $2 54 154 54 54 54 152 Brian Hoffman 5 7.5 133 134 133 now 4 we'll get him going 130, 125, 26, 20 money 6, 125, $26. Sale 1 cow, 25, $26, 6, 125, Marty 25, Marty 25, 133, 134, 134, money 4, 134, not a 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 133, Lone Star. They are 4 months bred. Sell the black cow, Weyer, 130, now 1. The big cow on this side, 2, 3, 4, 5, 36, 137, 38, 139, 38, $9, $9, $9, $9, $9, 138, Lone Star. All right, sell the Molly face cow. Weyer, 170, now 1. 171, 2, 174, 6, 78, 82 to 4, 86, 88, 188, 80, 90, 91, 191, 190, now 1, 2, $81, 2, 9, 2, 3, 193, 2, 3, with a bit of a board, with a 94, 94, 5, 195, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 6, 7, 197, 196, Kenny, number 4. They're 5 months bred. 7.5, 144 now 6. 144 now $6. 144 on the money $6. 144 6 8. 150, 152, 52, 54, 56, 158, 162 with a 4 with a 6 with an 8. 168, not 870, 172, 172, 46, 78, 80 with a 2 with a 4 with a 84, $84, 182, fry 15. 7 here, $3.60, now 5, 370 with a 70, 70, 365, 70, 370, 70, 70, 70 with a 70, 365, Lady 93. Tell the red cow she got a 4 on her. 7.5, 133, 34, 133, 34, red one, 33, 4, 5, 6, 7, 38, 39, 41, 2, 4, 6, 48, 148, 148, $8, 146, Tom 1, 7.5, want to go 120 now 2, 122, 122, 4, 126, 128, 130, 132, 34, 34, 6. 138, 38, 40, with a bit of 2, with a bit of 2, 4, 144, 142, 4, 4, 4, 142, 4, 142, Russell, number 1. Got a bull calf. 1,100, now half, 1,100, now half, 1,100 on the money, now half, 1,100 and a half, 1,100 and a half, now 11 and a half, 11 and a half, 11 and a half, 11 and a half, 12, 1,200, 1,200, 1,200, 11 and a half, now 12, now 12, now 12, now 12. 1150, Russell 1. All right, way the open cow, big cow, 138.9, $138 money, $9, 9, 41, 2, 3, 4, 5, 44 now 5, 144 Lone Star.
Okay, hold up.
Back up.
Hold on.
25.
Is that just a black cat? Was she a paint or cat?
Lineback cow.
Was she open? Okay, hold on, hold on. Hello. Y'all let another one in? Y'all let two more in?
Did a good job, didn't you? I think that cow had that black cow.
Okay.
All right, I got a black pair, man, with a bull calf.
All right, bull calf owner. 24 and a half, now 5, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 3,000, now 31, 32, 3, now 4, 34, 34, 35, 34, 35, 34, now 3,500, 34, now 35, 35, 35, 35, 3,400, Kenny, 5.5. Kenny 5.5, $3 now 5, $3 on the money now 5, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, $3, 5, 10, 15, 25, 3, 30. 35 to 40, 5, 45, 340, lady 94.
Kenny come off the same ranch.
Weigh the cow, 125, $26, 125, 126, on the money, $7, $8, $9, $9, 28, 9, 30, 31, $1, 2, 33, 33, 34, 4, 9, 4, 9, 4, 9, 4, 134, 133, show 2, 330, now 5, 330, now 5, 330, money 5, 335, 40, 5, 50. 355, 355, 60, 5, 70, 375, 75, 75, 370, Brian Hoffman.
144.
Sell a little one, 270, now 2.5, money 2.5, 270, selling the little one, 5, 7.5, 82.5, 82.5, 282.5, 280, D&D 5.3. 7.5, 240, now 2.5, 242, now 5, 45, 245, 45, 47.5, 52.5, 5, 55, 255, 255, 255, 252.5, Nolan 29. Light bread, short solids, light bread. 7.5, 144 now 5, 144 now 5, 144 now 5, 145. Money's down now 5, 144 now 5, 6, 146 now 46, $7, $8, $8, $8, $8, 147, 48, 9, 149, 150, 150, 151, 151, 2, 152. Have this cow go right along. 151, 2, 151, 52, 52, 52, 52, 151, fry 10. Let her go. Broke mouth cow. 7.5, 138, 9, $38, money, 941, 2, 3, 40, 2, 3, 4, 45, 45, 44, 5, 5, 5, 5, 145, 144, show number 2. One steer, sell a steer, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, selling one steer, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, $4 now 5, sell them all. 380 now 5, 380 now 5, 380 now 5, on the money 5, 385, 385, 385, 85, 85, 85, 385, 385, 385, 380, Tom 3. Where? 133, 4. 133, now 4, 9, money, 4, 5, 6, 7. 38, 39, 38, 39, 38, 9, 9, 38, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 40, 1, 42, 43, 43, 33, 3, 142, show 2.
One black pair, one red longhorn, question mark, one steer. Black cow pairs with small black calves. This is Eli Peterson, and the other cow's going to be a longhorn, they think. It'll mark it. That one's got chalk on it, the calf.
Weigh the cow, weigh the cow, weigh the cow. 140 now 1. Anybody 1, 140 now 1. Good age cow. 140 now 1. 140 now 1. 140 on the money 1. 141. Anybody 1, 2. Good $1, $2, now 3. 3. 142, Tom 1. 142, Tom 1. Heifer 370 now 580 5 but 90 5 $4 5 4 5 10 15 but 20 420 15 20 415 25 425 30 30 but 430 425 Fox number 2 Fox 2 7 here 120 now 1 120 money 1 every 1 every 1 21 121 2 but a day $day 121 Tom 1 African 7 270 $19 day $270 is steer 270 $19 76 78 82 282 282 282 282 282 280 show 77
Okay, this is Denny Moody from Imperial Texas. This is a black pair, 2 black cows, 3 bulls, and they've all had 8-way, including the pair has had a 8-way.
light bread Sell the black cow, got the corner of her hip off. 128.9, $128.9. On the money, 931, 2, 3, 34, 35, 36, 135, $6. 135, $36, $6, but a bit of 36, 135. Show number 2, show 2. Right here, 144 now 5, 144 money 5, $6, $7, $8, $9, 50, 151, 152, 223, bit of 4, bit of 55, bit of 56, 157, 158, $158, $8, 8, 157, Tom 1. Look there, she got a good calf.
Well, they didn't give me a deal. Oh, it says a black pair. Yeah, they did. Black pair.
2,600, 2,700. 20 bull calf and all. 26, 2,700. 26, 27, 2,700 out of 26. On the money now 7. 28, 28. 28 and a half, 28 and a half, 2800 and a half and a half, 28 and a half, 28 and a half, 28 and a half, 2800, Tom 2, Tom 2. 2 big ones, 2 big ones. 270 now 2. On the money now 2. $272 day 4. 72 now 4 and a 6. 276, 278, 80 bit of 2 bit of 4 bit of 6 bit of 88, 288, 90, 290, 90 bit of 90, 90, 290, 288 capital number 30. 17, cap 17, 7 half, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, $3 now 5, 5, 5, $3 now 5, $3 5, $3 5, 10, 10, 10, 15, 3, 15, 20, 320, 320, 325, 330, but a 35, but a 40, 5, but a 45, 345, 340, Tom 3.
This is Matthews, the one you're wanting to know about.
Okay, Mr. Matthews cattle right here. Okay, long time weaned, had a blackleg shot. Came in today. 335, 37, not about 335, money 7. 335, 337, 7, not a 9, not a 9, 339, 41, 341. Everyone, that one, 341, 341, 341, 341, 339, Simpson 6. Trouble there, 79, 170, now 171, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, $8, $9, $9, 80, but 1, but I do, but 83, 83, 4, 85, 85, 86, 86, $86, 185, Lone Star 1. 7 hand, 170, now 170, 1. Everyone to 1, money 1. 171, 2, 72, 172, 171, $2, 3. 73, 23, 23, 23, 23, 23, 23, 172, Tom 1. 6 months spread. 1, what do you go? 17, I'm sorry, Jody. Where 170, now 1. 170, now 1. 6 months spread. Where 171, 171. Everyone, that one, that one, that one. Everyone, that one, that one. 155, 6, 7, 8, 9, $60, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 66, 7, 7, not a 7, 167, 7, not a 7, not a 7, 166. Show number 251. 130 now 2, 130 now 2, 132, 130 on the money now 2, $32, 132, 32, 32, 32, 132, 4, 34, 36, 138, 142, 4, 6, 148, 148. 148, 50, 150, 152, 52, 52, 150, Tom 3. Right here, 140, now 2.5, 140, 2.5. 140, now 2.5, 140 on the money, 2.5, 140, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 140, Tom 3.
Oh, guess what's coming? Outlier Dairy. 13 working and 9 deal. About 50 head. Oh my God, there is 22 head of them. How many was there? Did you count?
9 of them.
Yeah, it's a 9 deal. Yep. All of them.
Okay, got hold the one Jody's pointing at. Okay, hold 2. Weigh 'em. 140, now 5. On the money, now 5. 145, 50, 155, 155, 155, 60, 5, 170, 175, 180, 85, 185, 95, 195, $2, $2.5, $2.5, $2.5, $2.5, $2.5, 5, $2.5, 10, 210, 15, 220, 225, 230, 235, 240, 245, 245, 50, 255, 255, 65, 265, 70, 270, but a bit of 70, 70, 70, 270, 265, Letty. Number 0.
I got a phone call. Oh, what? Oh, the phone. Call back. Go ahead, the phone, honey. Oh, wait here. Okay. More add-ons. You don't have the tickets yet.
Okay, unloading some cattle right now. Okay, take a look here. Okay, look him over. One's got a big knee.
5 of them?
One's limping a little bit. By the pound. Weigh them over there. 120, now 5. On the money, now 5. 125, 125, 130, 130, now 5. 140, 145, 150, 155, 155, 65, 165, 160, Tom, 3, 5. Put them on Tom, 5. Tom, 5. 7, weigh them here. 220, now 5. 220, now 5. On the money, now 5. 225, 30. 230, now 5. 40, 5. 250, 255, 255, 260, now 5. 270, now 5. 275, 275, 580, 280, 280, 280, 280, 280, 275, Javier, 2. 7 here, $2 now where? $2 now 5. $2 now 5. $2 now 5. $2 now 5. Money 5. 205, 205, 205, 10. 15, 20, 5, 30, by the pound 5, 235, 230, Tom, number 5.
Get your hand in the air.
68.
Okay, hold one Jody's pointing at. $2 now 5. 5, 10, $25, 10, 25, 10, 10, 10, 10, down to 2, 10, 215, 220, now 5, now 30, now 230, 5, 40, 240, 5, 250, 250, 250, 250, 255, 255, 260, 65, 70, 275, 80, 280, 80, 5, 285, 90, 290, now 5, 95, 95, 290, ladies, 0. What do you say? 120, now 5. 125, 30, 135, 45, 55, 60, 155, 60, 155, 160, 155, Javier, 2. 70, 280, now 2, 280, but $2, 280, on the money, now 2, 280, now 2, 280, but $2, 2, 280, capital 31. $160, now 2.5. 5, 7.5, 72.5, 72.5, now 2, 5, 7.5, 180, 82.5, 182.5, 82.5, 185, 87.5, 187.5, 92.5, 192.5, 197.5, $2, $2.2.5, 202.5, 205.7.5, 210, 210, 210, 210, 210, 12.5, 12.5, 12.5, 15, 215, 215, 215, 7. 15, 2, 12.5, Marty 45. 7 here, 145, 46 on the money 6. 7, 8, 9, 149, 50, 151, 151, 2, 153, 54, 55, 55, 56, 57, 158, 159, 158, 960, 1, 2, 3, 4, 65, 7, $68, $8, 9, $9, 70, 170, 171, 172, 1, 2, 2, 2, $2, 171, Marty 44. Don't give me.
Backside, 33, 33.
7 here. Bulls 230, now 2.5, 5, 7.5, 40, 2.5, 47.5, 50, 250, 250, 250, now 50, now 50, now 50, now 250, 250, 250, 247.5. Nolan 29, 29. Right. $90 one. $90 now one. On the money now one. 91. 91. 91. 91. 91. Out they go. 91. 91. 91. 91. 92. 91 2. 92 dollar day. Dollar day. Dollar day. Dollar day. 91 Javier. 11.
Backside.
What they get out of it? Just their skin, their bones, and some of their guts or something.
Backside. Five, five, five. Five. Five.
Seven, 305, 307, 305, 307, 305, money, 7, not a bit of 7, not a 7, not a 307, 305, 307, 7, not a 7, not a 7, not a bit of 7, not a 7, not a 7, 7, 305, Simpson, 6. Seven, 280, now 5. 280, now 5. 280, now 5. 280, now 5. 285, 285, 285, 285, 280, now 5. 280 on the money. Now 5. 285, 555, 285, 280, Tom 3.
We don't call, we're gonna be sitting here waiting. We gotta get a call. Huh?
Straight off. 88 oh, 88 oh.
Sell a steer.
Hold on. What's that tag number? 3049? Okay.
You got him? Okay. How many dollar bid of 320? 2.5. 320 now money now 2.5. 320, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 320 Simpson 50. Got a steers, having a 360 now 5. 360 now 5. 365. 360 now 5. 555 70. 330 now 5. 330 now 5. 330 now 5. 330 on money 5. 40 5 50. 350, 350, 50, 50, 350, 345, Brian Hoffman. Sell the big one, big one, big one. $3 now 5. $3, 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 5, 35, 335, 330, Capital 92. Shit, Capital 90. 7.5, 350 now 5. 350 now 5. Money 5. 65, 365. 360 now 5. 360 Fox 2. One was her.
She didn't know. She said she's got no wagons, but she didn't have any paperwork.
100 1 0 0.
7.5, 150 now 2. 150 on the money now 2. 152, 152, but $2 a day. 152, 52, 52, 52. 150, Tom 3. Young here, 7.5, 160 now $2 a day. $160 now 2. On the money now $2 a day. 162. 162, 162, $2 a day. 160, show number 13. Seven had 270 now 2.5 2.5 70 2.5 5 275 75 75 270 2.5 Nolan 26.
That's all I have. You never call. You want me to call? Off the card now, but we have more paper.
Okay, let me head coming. Okay, hold the tag. 280, now 2.5. 280 on the money, now 2.5. 280, 2.5. 280, but debate 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. 280, but debate 2.5, but debate 2.5, but debate 2.5. 280, 2.5, 280, 2.5. 280, capital number 31. Seven here, 260, now 2. 260, dollar two, $2. 260, now 2. 260, now 2. $2, $2. 250, now 2 for him. 250, 2 for him. 54, 54, 56. 56, 56, 56. 254, now 6. I'm at 8, 6, 8. 58, 58. 256, 9. $9, $9, $9. 58, 9. 59, now 60. 260, 260. 261. $1, $1. 260. Tom 3. Tom 3. Sell 2 Charlets and the black. 290. Now 2.5. 290. 2.5. On the money. Now 2.5. 290. 2.5. 95. 95. 95. 97.5. 297.5. $3. $3. $3. $3. 2.5. 302.5. 305. 305. 7.5. 7.5. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 10. 12.5. 12.5. 12.5. 12.5. 312.5. 312.5. 310. Capital. 90. What do you want to do? Capital 3 on them. Capital 3. Set a red ball in. $3. Now 2.5. Money 2.5. 302.5. 302.5. 302.5. 305. 7.5. 10. 12.5. 15. But about 17.5. 20. 322.5. 5. But about 5. 7.5. 327.5. 325. Capital 21. And I guess that's it. That's all. Thank everybody. Appreciate being here. Be back next week for a bigger, better show.